There are projects in this world that capture the imagination of humanity, creations so ambitious, so grand, that they promise to redefine what we believed was possible. Buildings that defied the laws of architecture, artworks that sought to transcend time, and monuments that seemed destined to stand eternal. Yet, for reasons that often elude understanding, these masterpieces remain unfinished, abandoned in a state of mystery that leaves us wondering. What happened? Why were they stopped? And what secrets do they still hold? From cathedrals left incomplete to colossal sculptures left half-carved, today we embark on a 3-hour journey through some of the most fascinating unfinished masterpieces in history. So, settle in, grab a snack, and join us as we explore the stories behind these creations that, though incomplete, continue to captivate the world. But before we begin, I invite you to subscribe so you don't miss any of our fascinating episodes. Now, let's continue with this wonderful journey. The Sagrada Familia, the cathedral that defies time. In the heart of Barcelona, Spain, stands a structure that seems plucked from a dream. The Sagrada Familia, the unfinished masterpiece of Antoni Gaudí. This temple, with its towers rising like stalagmites and facades that appear carved by nature itself, is one of the most iconic monuments in the world. Yet, despite millions of tourists visiting each year, few realize that it has been under construction for over a century and remains unfinished. The story begins in 1882, when the first stone was laid for what would become an architectural project like no other. Gaudí, a Catalan architect known for his unique blend of Gothic and Art Nouveau styles, took over the project a year later, at the age of 31. He dedicated the rest of his life to it, pouring his genius into every detail. Gaudí envisioned the Sagrada Familia as a cathedral for the poor, a spiritual beacon that would glorify God through its intricate design. Its 18 towers, each representing a biblical figure, were meant to soar into the heavens, with the central tower of Jesus Christ planned to reach 172.5 meters, making it the tallest church in the world. But Gaudí's vision was so ambitious that it outstripped the technology and resources of his time. He worked tirelessly, sketching plans, crafting models, and overseeing construction, but progress was slow. The project relied heavily on private donations, and funding was often inconsistent. By 1926, when Gaudí was tragically killed after being struck by a tram, only about 15 to 20% of the cathedral was complete. His death left the project in disarray. Many of his plans and models were incomplete, and without his guiding vision, the future of the Sagrada Familia was uncertain. What makes this cathedral so extraordinary, even in its unfinished state, is its design. The Nativity facade, one of the few sections completed during Gaudí's lifetime, is a masterpiece of organic forms, stone dripping like melted wax, adorned with sculptures of plants, animals, and biblical scenes. The interior, with its forest-like columns branching toward the ceiling, feels alive, as if the building itself is breathing. Gaudí once said, "There are no straight lines in nature," and every curve and flourish in the Sagrada Familia reflects this philosophy. But the question remains, why is it still unfinished? After Gaudí's death, construction stalled for decades. The Spanish Civil War in the 1930s brought further chaos, with parts of the cathedral damaged and many of Gaudí's original plans and models destroyed by fire. For years, architects debated whether the project could even continue without Gaudí's direct input. Some argued it should be left as a ruin, a monument to the architect's vision. Others believed it was their duty to complete it, using modern technology to interpret his surviving plans. Construction resumed in earnest in the 1950s, but progress remained slow. The introduction of computer-aided design in the late 20th century allowed architects to better understand Gaudí's complex geometry, accelerating the work. Yet, even today, challenges persist. The project still relies on donations and ticket sales, and navigating Barcelona's urban landscape, now densely built around the cathedral, has complicated construction. Some residents oppose its completion, arguing it disrupts the city or that it can never truly reflect Gaudi's vision without his presence. Despite these hurdles, the Sagrada Familia is now projected to be completed by 2030, nearly 150 years after it began. When finished, it will feature 18 towers, intricate stained glass windows casting rainbows inside, and a central spire that will make it one of the tallest religious structures in the world. Yet, part of its allure lies in its incompleteness. The scaffolding, cranes, and ongoing work have become part of its identity, a living testament to human ambition and perseverance. Could Gaudi have foreseen that his life's work would stretch across generations? Did he know that his cathedral would become a symbol not just of faith, but of the human struggle to create something eternal? The Sagrada Familia stands as a paradox, a masterpiece that is both incomplete and perfect in its imperfection. Its story reminds us that some dreams are so vast they transcend the lifetime of their creator. But the Sagrada Familia is not the only unfinished masterpiece that challenges our understanding of human ambition. Across the world, other creations, left half-realized, tell stories of genius, tragedy, and mystery. Let's travel now to a remote corner of Portugal, where a palace, envisioned as a monument to opulence, was abandoned before it could be completed. The Aqueduct of the Seven Valleys, a forgotten dream of Portugal. Tucked away in the lush hills of central Portugal, near the town of Tomar, lies a structure that seems to belong to another era. The Aqueduct of the Seven Valleys, also known as the Aqueduto dos Pigos. This massive stone aqueduct, stretching nearly 6 kilometers through the countryside, was meant to be a triumph of engineering, a lifeline to bring water to the Convent of Christ, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Yet, despite its grandeur, it remains an unfinished relic, a testament to a dream that was never fully realized. The story begins in the 16th century, during Portugal's golden age of exploration. The Convent of Christ, a fortress-like monastery, was a center of power for the Knights Templar and later the Order of Christ. As the convent grew, so did its need for a reliable water supply. In 1593, King Philip II of Spain, who also ruled Portugal at the time, commissioned the construction of an aqueduct to channel water from nearby springs to the convent. The project was entrusted to Filippo Terzi, an Italian architect renowned for his work in Portugal. Terzi's design was ambitious. The aqueduct would span a series of valleys, with 180 arches soaring up to 30 meters high, constructed entirely of stone. Its scale was unprecedented for the region, rivaling the great Roman aqueducts of antiquity. The structure was not only functional but also a statement of power, showcasing Portugal's wealth and engineering prowess. Work began swiftly, with local laborers and stonemasons toiling under Terzi's supervision. But the project soon ran into trouble. The rugged terrain of the valleys made construction perilous, and funding, drawn from the royal treasury, was inconsistent. Portugal's economy, strained by overseas expeditions and political turmoil, could not sustain the project's demands. By the early 17th century, after Terzi's death, work slowed to a crawl. The aqueduct was partially functional, delivering water to the convent, but large sections remained incomplete. Plans for additional channels, reservoirs, and decorative elements were abandoned. What stands today is both breathtaking and melancholic. The aqueduct's arches, some double-tiered, stretch across the landscape like a stone serpent, blending seamlessly with the rolling hills. Its weathered stone, covered in moss and lichen, gives it an almost mythical quality, as if it were built by giants. Yet its unfinished state is evident. Some arches are uneven, others stop abruptly, and certain sections remain unconnected to the main water system. The aqueduct works, but only partially, a shadow of the grand vision Terzi had imagined. Why was it never finished? Some historians point to the decline of Portugal's global influence in the 17th century. As Spain's grip on Portugal tightened and resources dwindled, grand projects like the aqueduct were deprioritized. Others suggest that local resistance, including disputes over land use and labor, stalled progress. There are even stories of sabotage, with locals damaging sections of the aqueduct to protest its impact on their farmland. Adding to the mystery are the legends that surround the aqueduct. Local folklore speaks of ghostly figures seen near the arches at night, believed to be the spirits of workers who died during construction. Some claim the aqueduct was cursed, doomed to remain incomplete due to the hubris of its creators. While these tales are likely embellished, they reflect the aqueduct's hold on the local imagination, a monument that feels both timeless and abandoned. Today, the Aqueduct of the Seven Valleys is a hidden gem, overshadowed by more famous landmarks like Lisbon's Belém Tower. It draws a small but steady stream of visitors who marvel at its scale and ponder its unfinished story. Efforts to restore and complete it have been proposed over the years, but none have come to fruition, largely due to the cost and the desire to preserve its historical integrity. For now, it remains a monument frozen in time, a reminder of what could have been. Could the aqueduct have transformed the region if completed? Would it have rivaled the great aqueducts of Rome or Lisbon? The answers are lost to history, but the Aqueduct of the Seven Valleys stands as a hauntingly beautiful relic, a masterpiece that never reached its full potential. Its arches, stretching toward the horizon, invite us to imagine the dreams of those who built it and the forces that left it incomplete. But not all unfinished masterpieces are made of stone. Some are crafted from ink, paint, or marble, left half-realized by artists whose genius outstripped their time or circumstances. Let's now turn to a work of art that promised to redefine beauty itself, left abandoned in a studio in Florence. The Adoration of the Magi, Leonardo da Vinci's unfinished vision. In the world of art, few names shine as brightly as Leonardo da Vinci. A polymath, inventor, and visionary, Leonardo's works like the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper are among the most celebrated in history. But not all of his creations reached completion. One of his most enigmatic works, The Adoration of the Magi, remains an unfinished masterpiece, a haunting glimpse into the mind of a genius. Commissioned in 1481 by the monks of San Donato a Scopito in Florence, the painting was meant to be a grand altarpiece depicting the biblical scene of the Magi presenting gifts to the infant Jesus. Leonardo, then in his late 20s, was already gaining a reputation as a prodigy. The monks hoped his talent would elevate their monastery's prestige. Leonardo began work with his characteristic ambition, sketching a composition that was revolutionary for its time. Unlike traditional depictions of the Adoration, which often showed a calm, orderly scene, Leonardo's version was chaotic and dynamic. His preparatory sketches reveal a swirling mass of figures, humans, horses, and angels, arranged in a complex, almost theatrical composition. The Virgin Mary and Child sit at the center, surrounded by a crowd of expressive figures, with ruins and a turbulent sky in the background. Leonardo's use of perspective and movement was groundbreaking, promising a painting that would redefine religious art. But Leonardo never finished it. After a year of work, he abandoned the project and left Florence for Milan, reportedly to pursue more lucrative commissions. The monks, frustrated, turned to another artist, Filippino Lippi, to complete a different version. Leonardo's Adoration was left as a large wooden panel, partially painted with an underdrawing and patches of color, now housed in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence. Why did Leonardo abandon it? Some historians point to his restless nature. Leonardo was notorious for starting projects with enthusiasm only to lose interest or become distracted by new ideas. His sketches for the Adoration show countless revisions, suggesting he was striving for a perfection he couldn't achieve. Others speculate that financial pressures or conflicts with the monks played a role. Leonardo's innovative techniques, such as his experiments with oil-based paints, were time-consuming and sometimes unreliable, which may have slowed progress. What remains is both breathtaking and frustrating. The underdrawing, with its intricate lines and expressive figures, reveals Leonardo's genius in its rawest form. The composition is alive with energy, capturing the awe and chaos of the Magi's visit in a way no other artist had attempted. Yet, the lack of color and detail leaves it tantalizingly incomplete, a sketch of what could have been one of the greatest paintings of the Renaissance. The Adoration raises deeper questions about Leonardo's process. Was he unable to finish because his vision was too ambitious? Did he deliberately leave it incomplete, believing that no final version could match the ideal in his mind? Some art historians argue that Leonardo's unfinished works, including the Adoration, are as significant as his completed ones, offering a window into his creative process. The painting's raw, unfinished state allows us to see the artist at work, wrestling with ideas that were centuries ahead of his time. Today, the Adoration of the Magi is a pilgrimage site for art lovers, who stand before it in the Uffizi, marveling at its potential. Restoration efforts have preserved the panel, but no one has dared to complete it, respecting Leonardo's original vision. It remains a testament to the idea that sometimes the beauty of a masterpiece lies in what it could have been, as much as in what it is. The Adoration is not alone. Across history, artists, architects, and dreamers have left behind works that, though unfinished, speak to the human spirit's relentless pursuit of greatness. Let's now travel to a rugged mountainside in Portugal, where a colossal statue, meant to rival the gods, was left half-carved in stone. The unfinished Colossus of Bom Jesus, Portugal's lost giant. High on a rocky outcrop near the town of Vila Nova de Cerveira in northern Portugal, a massive half-carved figure looms over the landscape. Known as the Colossus of Bom Jesus, this enormous statue was intended to be a monumental depiction of Christ, a symbol of faith and devotion that would rival the great statues of antiquity. Yet, today, it stands incomplete, its features blurred and its form only partially freed from the stone, a haunting reminder of a dream that never came to fruition. The story of the Colossus begins in the early 18th century, during a period of religious fervor in Portugal. The Catholic Church, seeking to reaffirm its influence in the face of growing secularism, commissioned grand religious monuments across the country. In 1715, a local bishop, inspired by the colossal statues of ancient Rome and the emerging Baroque style, proposed the creation of a massive Christ figure to overlook the Mijo River Valley. The project was entrusted to a sculptor named João de Almeida, a master of religious art known for his elaborate church altarpieces. Almeida's vision was audacious. The statue was to stand over 30 meters tall, carved directly into the granite face of a cliff. It would depict Christ with arms outstretched, gazing over the valley in a gesture of blessing. The scale was unprecedented for the region, requiring teams of stonemasons, engineers, and laborers to work in treacherous conditions. Almeida began by sketching the figure onto the rock face, and for years, workers chipped away at the stone, slowly revealing the form of Christ. But the project was plagued by challenges from the start. The cliff's remote location made it difficult to transport tools and materials. Harsh weather, including heavy rains and strong winds, slowed progress and endangered workers. Funding, provided by the church and local nobility, was inconsistent, as Portugal's economy struggled under the weight of colonial ambitions and political instability. By the 1730s, with only the upper half of the statue, Christ's head, shoulders, and arms, partially carved, work ground to a halt. Almeida died in 1738, and with no one to champion the project, it was abandoned. What remains is a ghostly figure, half emerged from the rock. The face of Christ, though rough and unpolished, is strikingly expressive, with deep-set eyes that seem to gaze into the distance. The outstretched arms, though incomplete, convey a sense of grandeur and compassion. The statue's unfinished state only adds to its mystique, as if it were a giant frozen in time, waiting to be awakened. Why was the Colossus never finished? Some point to practical issues. The sheer difficulty of carving such a massive figure in a remote location, coupled with dwindling funds. Others suggest that the project fell victim to shifting priorities. As Portugal's focus turned to rebuilding after the devastating Lisbon earthquake of 1755, grand artistic endeavors like the Colossus were sidelined. There are even whispers of local superstition, with some villagers claiming the statue was abandoned because it angered the spirits of the mountain. Today, the Colossus of Bom Jesus is a hidden treasure, known mostly to locals and intrepid travelers. Hikers who make the trek to the cliff are struck by its scale and the eerie beauty of its incomplete form. Efforts to preserve the statue have been limited, as the rock face is prone to erosion, and completing it now would risk damaging what remains. For now, it stands as a testament to human ambition and the fragility of dreams, a giant that never fully stepped out of the stone. Could the Colossus have become a pilgrimage site, drawing worshippers from across Europe? Would it have rivaled modern giants like Rio de Janeiro's Christ the Redeemer? We'll never know, but the unfinished statue continues to inspire awe, a reminder that even incomplete, some creations are eternal. The Winchester Mystery House, a mansion built on fear. Across the Atlantic in San Jose, California, stands one of the strangest architectural projects in history, the Winchester Mystery House. This sprawling mansion, with its staircases leading to nowhere, doors that open into walls, and rooms that seem to defy logic, was under construction for nearly 4 decades, yet it remains famously unfinished. Its story is one of grief, superstition, and an unrelenting drive to build. The tale begins in 1884 with Sarah Winchester, the widow of William Wirt Winchester, heir to the Winchester Repeating Arms Company. After her husband's death in 1881 and the earlier loss of her infant daughter, Sarah was consumed by grief. According to legend, she visited a spiritualist who told her that her family was cursed by the spirits of those killed by Winchester rifles. To appease them, the medium instructed Sarah to build a house and never stop construction. As long as she kept building, the spirits would leave her in peace. Sarah took this advice to heart. She purchased a small farmhouse in San Jose and began transforming it into a labyrinthine mansion. From 1884 until her death in 1922, construction continued 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with no clear plan or end goal. Sarah reportedly designed the house herself, sketching plans each night, which she believed were guided by the spirits. The result was a chaotic, sprawling structure with over 160 rooms, 10,000 panes of glass, 47 fireplaces, and countless oddities. The Winchester Mystery House is unfinished not because it was abandoned, but because it was never meant to be complete. Staircases end abruptly at ceilings, doors lead to sheer drops, and windows are set into floors. Some believe Sarah's erratic designs were meant to confuse the spirits, trapping them in a maze of her own making. Others suggest she was simply lost in her grief, using endless construction as a way to cope. By the time of her death, the mansion was a bewildering puzzle, with entire wings left incomplete and materials scattered across the property. Today, it is a tourist attraction, drawing visitors who marvel at its eccentricities and ponder its purpose. Was Sarah truly guided by spirits, or was the house a manifestation of her sorrow? Did she believe that stopping construction would bring her demise? The Winchester Mystery House remains a monument to one woman's obsession, an unfinished masterpiece that defies explanation. The Unfinished Symphony, Schubert's Eighth. Not all unfinished masterpieces are made of stone or wood. Some are woven from sound. In the world of music, few works are as hauntingly incomplete as Franz Schubert's Symphony No. 8, known as the Unfinished Symphony. Composed in 1822, this two-movement work is one of the most beloved pieces in the classical repertoire. Yet it remains tantalizingly incomplete, leaving listeners and scholars to wonder what might have been. Schubert, an Austrian composer, was only 25 when he began work on the symphony. Known for his lyrical melodies and emotional depth, he was already battling illness and financial hardship. The unfinished symphony was intended to be a full four-movement work, but Schubert completed only the first two movements, Allegro moderato and Andante con moto, before abandoning it. The reasons remain a mystery. Some believe Schubert, aware of his failing health, lost the will to finish it. Others suggest he was dissatisfied with the work, unable to match the perfection of the first two movements. What exists is breathtaking. The opening movement, with its brooding melody and dramatic shifts, evokes a sense of longing and melancholy. The second movement, lighter and more lyrical, feels like a moment of hope amidst the darkness. Together, they form a complete emotional arc, so powerful that many argue the symphony doesn't need additional movements. Yet, sketches for a third movement exist, hinting at a scherzo that Schubert never fully developed. Why did he stop? Some speculate that Schubert's deteriorating health, he would die of syphilis in 1828 at age 31, prevented him from continuing. Others believe he intended to return to the work but was sidetracked by other compositions. There's even a theory that Schubert felt the two movements were so perfect that adding more would dilute their impact. Whatever the reason, the unfinished symphony was not performed until 1865, decades after his death, when it was discovered among his papers. Today, the unfinished symphony is a staple of concert halls, its incomplete nature adding to its mystique. Conductors and composers have attempted to complete it, but none have captured Schubert's voice. The work stands as a testament to the power of what's left unsaid, a musical masterpiece that feels complete in its incompleteness. The Lisbon Cathedral, a Gothic dream left in ruins. In the historic heart of Lisbon, Portugal, stands the Sé de Lisboa, the city's cathedral, a structure that blends Romanesque, Gothic, and Baroque elements. While it remains a functioning church, its grandest vision, a towering Gothic expansion meant to rival Europe's greatest cathedrals, was never completed. The story of this unfinished masterpiece is one of ambition, disaster, and the relentless march of time. Construction of the Sé began in 1147, shortly after Lisbon was recaptured from Moorish control, making it one of the oldest monuments in the city. Initially built in a Romanesque style, it served as a symbol of Christian triumph. But by the 14th century, Portugal's growing wealth and influence spurred plans for a massive Gothic expansion. King Dinis I envisioned a cathedral that would rival Notre Dame in Paris, with soaring vaults, intricate stained glass windows, and a cloister to rival the finest in Europe. Work began in earnest, with architects and stonemasons imported from France to bring the Gothic style to life. The project was monumental. The planned expansion included a new apse with radiating chapels, a larger nave, and a cloister adorned with intricate stonework. By the early 15th century, parts of the Gothic structure were taking shape, with pointed arches and ribbed vaults rising above the city. But the project faced setbacks almost immediately. Funding, drawn from royal coffers and church tithes, was inconsistent, as Portugal's resources were stretched by exploration and trade ventures. Labor shortages and disputes with local guilds further slowed progress. The final blow came in 1755, when the catastrophic Lisbon earthquake struck. The quake, one of the deadliest in history, reduced much of the city to rubble, including parts of the cathedral. The Gothic additions, still under construction, were heavily damaged, with sections of the cloister and apse collapsing entirely. In the aftermath, Portugal's focus shifted to rebuilding the city, and the ambitious cathedral expansion was abandoned. What remains today is a hybrid structure, a Romanesque core with partial Gothic elements, frozen in time. The unfinished cloister, known as the Gothic cloister, is particularly striking. Its arches, some incomplete, are adorned with delicate tracery that hints at the grandeur that might have been. Visitors to the Sé can still see the half-built apse, where construction halted abruptly, leaving exposed stone and unfinished columns. The cathedral remains a place of worship, but its incomplete state tells a story of dreams cut short by disaster. Why was the expansion never resumed? Some point to the economic devastation following the earthquake, which left Portugal struggling to recover. Others note that the rise of Baroque architecture in the 18th century shifted tastes, making the Gothic style seem outdated. There are also tales of local resistance, with citizens wary of the church's demands for funds and labor. Whatever the reasons, the Sé de Lisboa stands as a testament to a vision that reached for the heavens but was grounded by the realities of its time. Could the cathedral have become one of Europe's great Gothic masterpieces? Would it have drawn pilgrims from across the continent? The answers are lost, but the Sé's unfinished beauty continues to captivate, a reminder that even partial dreams can leave a lasting mark. The Colossus of Rhodes reimagined, an abandoned modern revival. The original Colossus of Rhodes, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, was a massive bronze statue of the sun god Helios, standing over 30 meters tall at the entrance to Rhodes Harbor in Greece. Erected around 280 BCE, it stood for only 54 years before an earthquake toppled it. While the original is long gone, a modern attempt to recreate this ancient wonder began in the early 21st century and remains unfinished, mired in controversy and financial woes. In 2008, a group of architects, historians, and investors proposed a bold project to rebuild the Colossus of Rhodes as a modern marvel. The new statue, designed by German architect Gert Hoff, was to be even grander than the original, standing nearly 150 meters tall, 5 times the size of its predecessor. It would house a museum, observation decks, and a cultural center, all powered by solar energy. The design envisioned a shimmering, lattice-like structure with a skin of reflective panels that would glow at night, visible across the Aegean Sea. The project aimed to boost tourism and celebrate Greece's ancient heritage. Work began with great fanfare. A site near the harbor was chosen, and initial funding was secured from private investors and European grants. Engineers developed innovative techniques to ensure the statue could withstand earthquakes, a nod to the original's fate. By 2015, scale models and digital renderings had captured global attention, with the project hailed as a fusion of ancient inspiration and modern technology. But the dream quickly unraveled. Greece's economic crisis, which deepened in the 2010s, drained public and private funds. Local opposition grew, with critics arguing that the project was a wasteful extravagance in a time of austerity. Environmental concerns also surfaced, as the massive structure threatened to disrupt the island's ecosystem and skyline. By 2017, funding had dried up, and the project was quietly shelved. Today, all that remains are blueprints, a few scale models, and a lingering sense of what might have been. The unfinished Colossus revival is a modern tragedy, a reminder of how economic and political realities can derail even the most ambitious visions. The site near Rhodes Harbor remains empty, save for a small plaque commemorating the project. Locals still speak of it, some with nostalgia, others with skepticism, wondering if the Colossus will ever rise again. Could this modern wonder have redefined Rhodes as a global destination? Would it have honored the spirit of the ancient world while embracing the future? The unfinished project leaves these questions unanswered, a modern echo of an ancient dream. The Emsworth Canal, Britain's abandoned waterway. In the rolling countryside of Hampshire, England, lies the Emsworth Canal, a forgotten relic of the Industrial Revolution. Conceived in the late 18th century as a vital link between the coastal town of Emsworth and inland markets, this canal was meant to revolutionize trade and transport. Yet, despite years of planning and labor, it was never completed, leaving behind a scarred landscape and a story of ambition undone. The project began in 1789, during the height of Britain's canal-building boom. Canals were the arteries of the Industrial Revolution, carrying coal, grain, and goods across the country. The Emsworth Canal was designed to connect Emsworth's harbor to the River Ems, allowing barges to transport goods to larger markets in London and beyond. Engineers envisioned a 10-kilometer waterway with locks, bridges, and a grand basin, all built with the precision that had made British canals world-famous. construction started with optimism. Local investors, including wealthy merchants and landowners, funded the project, and laborers began digging the canal bed. The design included innovative features, such as a tidal lock to manage the harbor's fluctuating water levels. But challenges soon emerged. The marshy terrain proved difficult to excavate, with frequent flooding slowing progress. Costs spiraled, and disputes among investors led to funding shortfalls. By the early 1800s, only a few kilometers of the canal had been dug, and the project stalled. The rise of railways in the 1830s dealt the final blow. Faster and more efficient, railways quickly overshadowed canals as the preferred mode of transport. The Emsworth Canal, still incomplete, was abandoned by 1840. What remains today is a series of overgrown ditches, crumbling lock gates, and half-built bridges, slowly being reclaimed by nature. Parts of the canal bed are still visible, winding through fields and marshes, a ghostly reminder of a bygone era. Local folklore adds a layer of intrigue. Some say the canal was cursed, with workers reporting strange accidents and eerie lights along the route. Others believe the project's failure was due to sabotage by rival landowners who feared losing influence to Emsworth's merchants. While these tales are likely exaggerated, they reflect the canal's hold on the local imagination. Today, the Emsworth Canal is a haven for hikers and historians who trace its path and marvel at its unrealized potential. Efforts to restore parts of it as a heritage site have been proposed, but the cost and environmental challenges have kept it untouched. The canal stands as a monument to the Industrial Revolution's fleeting optimism, a dream of progress that never reached its destination. Could the canal have transformed Emsworth into a thriving trade hub? Would it have reshaped the region's economy? The Emsworth Canal, though incomplete, reminds us that even failed dreams can leave a lasting mark on the landscape. The never-ending novel, Charles Dickens' The Mystery of Edwin Drood. In the realm of literature, few unfinished works are as tantalizing as The Mystery of Edwin Drood, the final novel by Charles Dickens. Begun in 1870, this dark tale of murder, deception, and obsession was meant to be Dickens' masterpiece of suspense. But his sudden death left it half-written, with no ending and a mystery that has puzzled readers for over 150 years. Dickens, the literary giant behind A Tale of Two Cities and Great Expectations, was at the height of his powers when he started Edwin Drood. The novel follows the disappearance of a young man, Edwin Drood, in the fictional cathedral town of Cloisterham. The story weaves together a cast of suspicious characters, including a drug-addicted choirmaster, a fiery young woman, and a mysterious newcomer from Ceylon. Dickens planned to publish the novel in 12 monthly installments, a common practice for his works. But after completing 6 installments, totaling about half the story, he suffered a stroke and died in June 1870, at age 58. What remains is a gripping but incomplete tale. The novel's opening chapters set up a classic Dickensian mystery, with rich descriptions, complex characters, and an atmosphere of foreboding. Edwin Drood's disappearance is the central puzzle, but Dickens left no definitive clues about the culprit or the outcome. His notes, if they existed, were sparse, and he reportedly told friends conflicting versions of the ending. Why was it never finished? Dickens' death was the obvious reason, but some scholars believe he was struggling with the novel's complexity. His health had been declining, and the psychological depth of characters like John Jasper, the choirmaster, suggests Dickens was pushing himself into darker territory. Others speculate that he deliberately left the ending ambiguous, intending to surprise readers with a twist. Since its publication, The Mystery of Edwin Drood has inspired countless attempts to complete it. Writers, scholars, and even modern authors have proposed endings, ranging from supernatural solutions to straightforward whodunits. Some have used Dickens' style to finish the novel, while others have turned it into plays or films. Yet, none have captured the magic of Dickens' voice, and the true ending remains a literary enigma. Today, Edwin Drood is a beloved curiosity, studied for its glimpses into Dickens' evolving style and its unsolved puzzle. Readers are drawn to its cliffhanger, imagining what might have been. The novel's incomplete state adds to its allure, a reminder that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those left unanswered. The International Space Station's lost module, the habitation module. In the realm of modern engineering, few projects are as ambitious as the International Space Station, ISS. Orbiting Earth since 1998, the ISS is a marvel of human ingenuity, a collaborative effort among nations to create a permanent human presence in space. But one of its planned components, the habitation module, was never completed, leaving the ISS with a gap in its original vision. The habitation module, or HAB, was designed to be a dedicated living space for the ISS crew. Conceived in the 1980s during the station's planning phase, it was to include private crew quarters, a galley, a gym, and advanced life support systems. The module was meant to make long-term stays in space more comfortable, supporting up to 6 astronauts for extended missions. NASA, in collaboration with international partners, began developing the HAB in the 1990s, with Boeing as the primary contractor. The module's design was ambitious, incorporating cutting-edge materials and technologies to withstand the harsh environment of space. It was to be launched aboard the Space Shuttle and integrated into the ISS by 2004. Prototypes were built and testing showed promise. But by the early 2000s, the project faced mounting challenges. Budget overruns plagued the ISS program, and the 2003 Columbia shuttle disaster grounded the shuttle fleet, delaying launches. NASA, under pressure to cut costs, prioritized other modules, and the HAB was quietly canceled in 2005. What remains are blueprints, mock-ups, and a few components stored in NASA facilities. The ISS continues to function, with crew living in smaller, repurposed modules, but the lack of a dedicated HAB has limited its capacity for long-term missions. Astronauts make do with cramped quarters, and some of the HAB's planned features, like a full kitchen, were never realized. Why was the HAB abandoned? Cost was the primary factor, with estimates for the module exceeding $1.5 billion. Political shifts and changing priorities in space exploration also played a role, as NASA turned its focus to Mars missions and commercial partnerships. Some argue the decision was short-sighted, as a dedicated living space could have made the ISS a true stepping stone for deep space exploration. Today, the unfinished HAB remains a footnote in the ISS's history, a reminder of the compromises made in the pursuit of progress. Space enthusiasts still dream of a fully realized ISS, with the HAB as its heart. Could it have transformed life in orbit, paving the way for longer missions? For now, the HAB exists only on paper, an unfinished chapter in humanity's quest for the stars. The Crazy Horse Memorial, a mountain still being carved. In the Black Hills of South Dakota, a monumental sculpture is slowly taking shape. The Crazy Horse Memorial, a tribute to the Lakota leader Crazy Horse. Envisioned as the largest mountain carving in the world, dwarfing even Mount Rushmore, this ambitious project began in 1948 and remains far from complete. Its story is one of dedication, controversy, and a vision that spans generations. The project was initiated by Lakota elder Henry Standing Bear, who wanted to honor Native American heritage with a monument rivaling Mount Rushmore, which he saw as a symbol of colonial triumph. He enlisted sculptor Korczak Zolkowski, who had worked on Rushmore, to design and carve the memorial. Zolkowski's vision was staggering. A 171-meter-long, 87-meter-high depiction of Crazy Horse on horseback, pointing toward his ancestral lands. The carving would include a cultural center, museum, and university, all dedicated to Native American history. Work began in 1948, with Zolkowski blasting and chiseling the granite of Thunderhead Mountain. He worked alone for years, using rudimentary tools and living in a tent near the site. The project was funded privately, as Zolkowski refused government money to maintain independence. Progress was slow, with only the face of Crazy Horse completed by Zolkowski's death in 1982. His family has continued the work, using modern machinery and a small team. Today, the memorial is a striking but incomplete sight. Crazy Horse's face, 27 meters tall, gazes out from the mountain, a powerful symbol of resilience. But the rest of the sculpture, his horse, arm, and torso, exists only in rough outline. The cultural center and other planned facilities remain unfinished, with funding reliant on donations and visitor fees. Why has it taken so long? The sheer scale of the project is one factor, requiring millions of tons of rock to be removed. Financial constraints and the decision to avoid federal funding have limited resources. Controversy also surrounds the memorial, with some Native Americans arguing that carving a sacred mountain dishonors Crazy Horse's legacy. Others see it as a vital tribute to indigenous history. The Crazy Horse Memorial continues to evolve, with the Zolkowski family committed to its completion. Estimates suggest it could take another century to finish, a testament to the project's monumental ambition. Will it ever be completed, or will it remain a work in progress, like the legacy of the people it honors? For now, the mountain stands as a symbol of perseverance, its unfinished form a powerful reminder of dreams that endure. The Palace of Queluz, Portugal's unfinished rival to Versailles. Nestled in the lush outskirts of Lisbon, Portugal, the Palace of Queluz stands as a dazzling example of Rococo architecture, often called the Versailles of Portugal. Its ornate gardens, gilded interiors, and elegant facades draw thousands of visitors each year. But few realize that this opulent palace, envisioned as a grand symbol of Portuguese royalty, remains incomplete, its ambitious plans abandoned amid political upheaval and economic decline. The story begins in 1747, when Prince Pedro, the future king consort of Portugal, commissioned the palace as a summer residence for the royal family. Designed by architect Mateus Vicente de Oliveira, Queluz was meant to rival the grandeur of European courts like Versailles and Schönbrunn. The plan called for a sprawling complex with multiple wings, a grand theater, extensive gardens with fountains and statues, and a ceremonial canal for royal barges. Construction began with fervor, funded by Portugal's wealth from its colonies in Brazil and Asia. By the 1760s, the palace was taking shape, with its throne room, adorned with mirrors and chandeliers, and its gardens, featuring intricate tilework and mythological sculptures. But the project's scale soon outstripped resources. The 1755 Lisbon earthquake, which devastated the capital, drained the royal treasury, diverting funds to rebuilding efforts. Political instability followed, with the rise of the Marquis of Pombal, whose reforms clashed with the aristocracy's lavish spending. By the 1780s, as Portugal's colonial empire waned, construction slowed. Plans for additional wings, a grand entrance pavilion, and an expanded canal system were shelved. When Napoleon's invasion of Portugal in 1807 forced the royal family to flee to Brazil, the palace was left in limbo. Though it served as a residence for later royals, the grand vision of a Portuguese Versailles was never realized. Today, Queluz is a stunning but incomplete masterpiece. The gardens, though beautiful, lack the full array of fountains and statues originally planned. The canal, meant to rival Versailles Grand Canal, is a modest waterway, and several wings remain unfinished or were never built. Why was Queluz never completed? Economic decline and political turmoil played major roles, as Portugal's resources dwindled. Some historians suggest that the palace's extravagance sparked resentment among the populace, making it a target during periods of unrest. Local legends add a layer of intrigue, with tales of a cursed palace, haunted by the ghosts of workers who died during construction or royals who fled its halls. Today, Queluz is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, cherished for its beauty and its poignant incompleteness. Visitors wander its halls, marveling at the ornate details while imagining the grandeur that might have been. Could Queluz have outshone its European rivals? Would it have cemented Portugal's place as a cultural powerhouse? The palace's unfinished state invites us to ponder these questions. a monument to a fading empire's dreams. Orson Welles' The Other Side of the Wind, a cinematic dream unfinished. In the world of cinema, few names carry the weight of Orson Welles, the visionary behind Citizen Kane. Yet, one of his most ambitious projects, The Other Side of the Wind, remains an unfinished masterpiece, a film that promised to reinvent storytelling but was mired in decades of setbacks. Shot intermittently between 1970 and 1976, it was left incomplete at Welles' death in 1985, only to be revived years later in a partial form. Welles conceived The Other Side of the Wind as a bold experiment, a film within a film that would satirize Hollywood while exploring themes of art, aging, and obsession. The story follows a legendary director, Jake Hannaford, played by John Huston, struggling to complete his comeback film during a chaotic night of screenings and parties. Welles blended documentary-style footage with surreal, avant-garde sequences, creating a fragmented narrative that mirrored the protagonist's unraveling life. Filming began in 1970, funded by Welles himself and a patchwork of investors, including foreign producers. The production was chaotic, with Welles shooting in multiple locations, often improvising with a small crew. Financial troubles plagued the project, as investors pulled out or demanded changes. By 1976, Welles had shot over 100 hours of footage, but editing stalled due to lack of funds and legal disputes over ownership. The Iranian Revolution in 1979 complicated matters further, as some of the film's funding came from a company tied to the Shah's regime, leading to the footage being locked in a vault in Paris. Welles never gave up on the film, working on it sporadically until his death. At that point, only rough cuts existed with no final edit. For decades, the footage remained inaccessible, a legendary lost film discussed in hushed tones by cinephiles. In 2018, after years of legal battles and crowdfunding efforts, Netflix funded a completion effort led by Welles' collaborators, including Peter Bogdanovich. The released version, while remarkable, is a compromise, lacking Welles' final vision and relying on his notes and partial edits. Why was it never finished in Welles' lifetime? His uncompromising vision and disdain for Hollywood's commercial constraints made funding difficult. Personal struggles, including financial instability and health issues, also took a toll. Some argue Welles thrived on the chaos, deliberately leaving the film open-ended to reflect its themes of incompletion. Today, The Other Side of the Wind is available to watch, but it remains a shadow of what it could have been. Its fragmented style and raw energy captivate audiences, yet its incomplete nature leaves us yearning for Welles' intended masterpiece. Could it have redefined cinema as Citizen Kane did? The film stands as a testament to Welles' genius and the challenges of creating art against all odds. The Intercontinental Bridge, a dream of connecting continents. In the early 20th century, a visionary project aimed to bridge two continents. The Intercontinental Bridge, a proposed structure to span the Bering Strait, connecting Siberia in Russia to Alaska in the United States. Envisioned as a marvel of engineering, it promised to link East and West, fostering trade and cultural exchange. Yet, despite decades of proposals, the bridge remains unbuilt, a dream thwarted by geopolitics and nature's harsh realities. The idea first emerged in the 1890s, when Russian and American engineers speculated about connecting the two continents via the Bering Strait, a 82-kilometer wide stretch of water separating Asia and North America. In the 1920s, the concept gained traction, with Russian engineer Vladimir Ilyich proposing a rail bridge to facilitate trade between the Soviet Union and the U.S. The plan envisioned a double-deck structure, with trains below and a roadway above, supported by massive pillars anchored in the strait's shallow waters. By the 1950s, during the Cold War, the project took on new significance as a symbol of potential cooperation. Engineers refined the design, incorporating ice-resistant materials to withstand the Arctic's brutal conditions. The bridge would stretch over 80 kilometers, with tunnels under the Diomede Islands to navigate the international border. Feasibility studies estimated a cost of $1 billion, equivalent to $10 billion today, with construction projected to take a decade. but the project never progressed beyond planning. The Cold War's political tensions made collaboration between the US and Soviet Union impossible. The Bering Strait's extreme weather, ice flows, high winds, and sub-zero temperatures posed engineering challenges that were nearly insurmountable at the time. Funding disputes and logistical issues, such as the remote location and lack of infrastructure, further stalled progress. By the 1970s, the idea was largely abandoned, though it resurfaced briefly in the 2000s with Chinese and Russian investment proposals, only to fade again. Today, the Intercontinental Bridge exists only in blueprints and speculative articles. Satellite images of the Bering Strait show a desolate, icy expanse, with no trace of the ambitious structure. Proponents still dream of a bridge or tunnel, citing potential economic benefits, but critics argue it's impractical, with environmental and geopolitical hurdles too great to overcome. Why was it never built? The Cold War's ideological divide was the primary barrier, compounded by the region's harsh environment. Some speculate that both nations saw the bridge as a security risk, fearing it could facilitate military movements. Others point to economic priorities, as both countries focused on domestic infrastructure. The bridge remains a tantalizing what-if, a symbol of unity that never materialized. Could the Intercontinental Bridge have reshaped global trade and diplomacy? Would it have brought East and West closer together? For now, it remains an unfinished dream, a reminder that even the boldest visions can be undone by the realities of politics and nature. The Crystal Palace Dinosaurs, a prehistoric park left incomplete. In London's Crystal Palace Park, a collection of massive, weathered sculptures stands as a quirky relic of Victorian ambition. The Crystal Palace Dinosaurs. Created in the 1850s, these life-sized models of prehistoric creatures were meant to be the centerpiece of a groundbreaking educational park, showcasing the wonders of paleontology. But the project was never fully realized, leaving behind a half-finished menagerie that captivates visitors to this day. The story begins in 1851, when the Great Exhibition in London's Crystal Palace showcased Britain's industrial and scientific prowess. After the exhibition, the Crystal Palace was relocated to Sydenham, where a park was planned to educate the public about science and nature. Sculptor Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins was commissioned to create a series of life-size dinosaur models, based on the latest paleontological discoveries. Working with scientist Richard Owen, Hawkins designed over 30 sculptures, including iguanodons, megalosauruses, and plesiosaurs, to be displayed in a landscaped, prehistoric park. The sculptures were groundbreaking, the first attempt to bring dinosaurs to life in 3 dimensions. Hawkins crafted them from concrete and iron, painting them in vivid colors to capture public imagination. By 1854, the first models were unveiled, drawing crowds who marveled at these strange creatures from a lost world. The plan was to expand the park with additional species, a geological timeline, and interactive exhibits, creating a permanent scientific attraction. But the project ran aground. The Crystal Palace Company, which funded the park, faced financial difficulties after the exhibition's success faded. By 1855, funds dried up, and plans for additional sculptures and exhibits were scrapped. Only 15 of the planned 30 models were completed, and the park's educational features, like a planned museum, were never built. The Crystal Palace itself burned down in 1936, leaving the dinosaurs as the park's primary legacy. Today, the Crystal Palace dinosaurs are a beloved, if slightly inaccurate, relic. The sculptures, now known to be scientifically outdated, many dinosaurs are depicted as lumbering lizards rather than agile creatures, are weathered but intact, scattered across the park's lakes and gardens. They're a Grade I listed monument, preserved for their historical significance. Visitors delight in their quirky charm, but the unfinished nature of the project is evident in the empty spaces where additional models were meant to stand. Why was the park never completed? Financial woes were the main culprit, as the Crystal Palace Company struggled to maintain its ambitious ventures. Some historians suggest that public interest in dinosaurs waned as new scientific discoveries shifted focus. Others point to Hawkins' own perfectionism, which slowed progress and inflated costs. The dinosaurs remain a testament to a bold vision of science education, cut short by economic realities. Could the full prehistoric park have transformed our understanding of dinosaurs? Would it have inspired generations of scientists? The Crystal Palace dinosaurs, though incomplete, continue to spark wonder, a reminder that even partial visions can leave a lasting impact. The Baghdad Battery, an ancient invention left unexplained. In the annals of archaeology, few artifacts are as perplexing as the Baghdad Battery, a collection of clay jars found in Iraq that some believe were ancient electrical devices. Discovered in the 1930s near Baghdad, these objects hint at a technological breakthrough that was never fully developed, an unfinished masterpiece of ancient ingenuity that challenges our understanding of history. The artifacts, dating to the Parthian period, circa 250 BC, 224 CE, consist of terracotta jars, each containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod, sealed with asphalt. When filled with an acidic liquid like vinegar, the jars could theoretically produce a small electric current, leading some to speculate they were primitive batteries. Discovered by German archaeologist Wilhelm Koenig, the objects were initially dismissed as storage vessels, but Koenig proposed they were used for electroplating or medicinal purposes, a theory that gained traction in the 20th century. The idea that an ancient civilization could harness electricity is staggering. Experiments have shown that the jars can generate about 1 to 2 volts, enough for small-scale applications. Some suggest they were used to plate gold onto silver, a common practice in ancient Mesopotamia, or for electrotherapy, as described in later Greco-Roman texts. Others propose they powered religious rituals, creating magical effects in temples. But the project, if it was a deliberate technological endeavor, was never completed or widely adopted. Only a handful of these batteries have been found, and no ancient texts describe their use. The lack of additional evidence leaves their purpose unclear. Were they experimental devices abandoned after initial trials? Did their creators lack the knowledge to scale the technology? Or are they simply misunderstood, perhaps serving a mundane purpose like storing scrolls? Skeptics argue the jars are not batteries at all, citing the lack of wiring or large-scale applications. Others note that the acidic liquid required for a current would have corroded the metals quickly, making them impractical. Yet, the possibility of an ancient electrical device remains tantalizing, a glimpse of a technology that never fully emerged. Today, the Baghdad batteries are housed in the Iraq Museum, where they continue to spark debate. Replicas have been tested successfully, but their true purpose remains a mystery. Could they have led to an ancient electrical revolution? Were they the work of a lone genius whose ideas were lost to time? The Baghdad battery stands as an unfinished puzzle, a reminder that the past may hold secrets we've yet to unravel. The city of Brasilia's unfinished dream, the Cathedral of Brasilia. In the heart of Brazil's capital, Brasilia, stands the Cathedral of Brasilia, a stunning structure of curved concrete pillars and vibrant stained glass, designed by the legendary architect Oscar Niemeyer. Hailed as a symbol of modernity, this cathedral was meant to be the spiritual centerpiece of a utopian city. Yet, despite its iconic status, parts of its original vision remain incomplete, a testament to the challenges of building a city from scratch. Brasilia itself was a bold experiment. In the 1950s, Brazil's government decided to move the capital from Rio de Janeiro to a new, purpose-built city in the country's interior, aiming to unify the nation and spur development. Architect Lucio Costa designed the city's layout, while Niemeyer crafted its key buildings, including the cathedral. Construction began in 1958, with the cathedral envisioned as a crown-like structure, its 16 concrete pillars soaring 40 meters, supporting a glass roof that would bathe the interior in light. The design was revolutionary, blending spirituality with modernist ideals. By 1970, the cathedral was partially completed and open to the public, but significant elements of Niemeyer's vision were unfinished. Plans for an underground crypt, additional chapels, and a series of external sculptures were never realized. The surrounding plaza, meant to be a vibrant public space with fountains and gardens, remains stark and incomplete. Budget overruns, political instability, and logistical challenges of building in Brazil's remote interior slowed progress. The military dictatorship that ruled Brazil from 1964 to 1985 further diverted resources, prioritizing other projects. Today, the Cathedral of Brasilia is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, celebrated for its bold design. Its interior, with its blue and green stained glass and suspended angel sculptures, feels otherworldly. Yet, the absence of the planned crypt and external features leaves a sense of unfulfilled potential. Visitors often note the barren plaza, which lacks the lush landscaping Niemeyer envisioned. Some argue this starkness enhances the cathedral's minimalist beauty, while others see it as a reminder of Brasilia's broader unfinished promise, a city that never fully became the utopia its planners imagined. Why was the cathedral left incomplete? Economic crises and political shifts played a major role, as Brazil struggled to sustain its ambitious capital project. Some suggest Niemeyer's avant-garde designs were too costly and complex for the time. Local legends speak of a curse on Brasilia, with the city's rapid construction said to have displaced indigenous spirits, though these tales are likely folklore born of the project's challenges. Could the cathedral have been the spiritual heart of a thriving Brasilia? Would its completion have elevated the city's global status? The Cathedral of Brasilia, though functional and iconic, remains a partial realization of Niemeyer's vision, a symbol of a dream that reached for the stars but was grounded by earthly constraints. The Entombment, Caravaggio's lost masterpiece. In the world of art, few painters are as revered as Caravaggio, whose dramatic use of light and shadow revolutionized the Baroque era. Among his many works, The Entombment, a painting commissioned in 1603 for a Roman church, stands as one of his most enigmatic, left unfinished and shrouded in mystery. Its incomplete state offers a glimpse into Caravaggio's turbulent life and unmatched genius. The painting was commissioned by the Chiesa Nuova in Rome, intended as an altarpiece depicting the burial of Christ. Caravaggio, known for his intense realism and emotional depth, began work with his usual fervor. Sketches and contemporary accounts suggest the composition featured Christ's lifeless body, surrounded by mourners in a dimly lit scene, with Caravaggio's signature chiaroscuro lighting creating a stark contrast between light and darkness. The painting promised to be a masterpiece, capturing the raw grief of the moment, but Caravaggio never completed it. In 1604, he fled Rome after a series of violent incidents, including a brawl that left a man dead. The Entombment was abandoned, likely left as a partially painted canvas with preparatory sketches. The church, frustrated, commissioned a replacement from another artist. The unfinished work disappeared, with only fragments and copies surviving in private collections, their authenticity debated by scholars. Why was it never finished? Caravaggio's chaotic lifestyle, marked by legal troubles, gambling, and feuds, likely played a role. His perfectionism may have also contributed, as he was known to rework compositions obsessively. Some art historians speculate that the painting's somber theme, reflecting Christ's death, was too personal for Caravaggio, who was grappling with his own mortality after years of hardship. Others suggest the church's strict demands clashed with his rebellious nature, leading him to abandon the project. What remains of the Entombment, primarily sketches and possible fragments, hints at its potential. The surviving drawings show a mastery of composition, with figures arranged in a dynamic, almost cinematic flow. If completed, it could have rivaled Caravaggio's The Entombment of Christ, a different, completed work in the Vatican, considered one of his greatest achievements. The unfinished painting's loss is a tragedy for art lovers, a reminder of how genius can be derailed by circumstance. Today, scholars continue to search for traces of the entombment, hoping to uncover a lost canvas or definitive proof of its fate. Its absence fuels speculation, with some claiming it lies hidden in a private collection or was destroyed centuries ago. Could it have been Caravaggio's greatest work? The mystery of the entombment endures, an unfinished masterpiece that haunts the art world. The Symphony of the Americas, Villa-Lobos' unfinished epic. In the realm of music, few composers captured the spirit of a continent like Heitor Villa-Lobos, Brazil's most celebrated musical figure. His ambitious Symphony of the Americas, conceived in the 1940s, was meant to be a monumental work celebrating the cultural unity of the Western Hemisphere. Yet, it remains unfinished, a fragment of a grand vision silenced by the composer's death. Villa-Lobos, known for blending Brazilian folk music with classical forms, began the Symphony of the Americas in 1945, during a period of Pan-American optimism following World War II. The symphony was intended to be a multi-movement work, each movement inspired by a different region of the Americas. From the Amazon rainforest to the Andes to the urban pulse of New York, Villa-Lobos envisioned a musical tapestry that would weave together indigenous rhythms, jazz, and classical orchestration, symbolizing unity across diverse cultures. He completed sketches for 2 movements and partial drafts for a third before his health began to decline. The first movement, inspired by the Amazon, featured lush, evocative melodies mimicking the sounds of the jungle. The second, reflecting the Andes, incorporated Andean flutes and percussive rhythms. But by 1959, when Villa-Lobos died of cancer at age 72, the symphony remained incomplete, with no clear plan for the remaining movements. Why was it never finished? Villa-Lobos' deteriorating health was the primary factor, as he battled illness while juggling other commissions. The project's scope may have also overwhelmed him, as its ambitious blend of styles required extensive research and orchestration. Some speculate that political shifts in Brazil, which saw declining support for cultural projects, limited his resources. Others believe Villa-Lobos, a perfectionist, struggled to capture the full diversity of the Americas in a single work. The surviving fragments, performed occasionally in concert halls, are breathtaking but incomplete. The Amazon-inspired movement, with its vivid orchestration, feels like a journey through the rainforest, while the Andean movement pulses with raw energy. Conductors have resisted completing the work, believing no one could match Villa-Lobos' vision. The Symphony of the Americas remains a tantalizing what if, a musical dream of unity that never fully materialized. Could this symphony have become a defining work of the 20th century, uniting the Americas through music? Its unfinished state adds to its mystique, a reminder that even the greatest artists can leave their grandest visions incomplete. The New Zealand utopian colony, the unfinished dream of Port Craig. In the remote Fiordland region of New Zealand's South Island lies the ghost town of Port Craig, the remnants of a utopian colony envisioned in the early 20th century. Conceived as a self-sustaining community built around a timber industry, Port Craig was meant to be a model of modern living in harmony with nature. Yet it was abandoned within a decade, its ambitious plans left in ruins. The project began in 1916, when the Marlborough Timber Company, inspired by the era's utopian ideals, proposed a logging settlement in the pristine forests of Fiordland. The plan was ambitious: a town with homes, a school, a hospital, and a railway to transport timber to a coastal port. The colony would house hundreds of workers and their families, offering a new life in a remote wilderness. Engineers designed a state-of-the-art sawmill, and construction began with workers braving harsh conditions to build the settlement. By 1921, Port Craig was taking shape. A tramway stretched into the forest, and the sawmill was operational. But challenges mounted quickly. The region's dense rainforest and rugged terrain made logging difficult, and frequent storms disrupted operations. The global timber market crashed in the 1920s, reducing demand and plunging the company into debt. By 1928, After years of financial losses, the company abandoned the project. The town was left to decay, with only a few structures and the tramway surviving. Today, Port Craig is a haunting relic, its crumbling buildings overtaken by moss and vines. Hikers who venture to the site find rusted machinery, collapsed houses, and the eerie silence of an abandoned dream. Local Maori legends speak of the area as tapu, sacred, suggesting the project's failure was due to disrespecting the land's spiritual significance. Why was Port Craig never completed? Economic collapse and logistical challenges were the main culprits, compounded by the remote location. Some argue the utopian vision was unrealistic, ignoring the harsh realities of Fiordland's environment. The site remains a testament to the fragility of utopian dreams, a community that never fulfilled its promise. Could Port Craig have become a thriving hub, a model for sustainable living? Its ruins invite us to imagine a different outcome, a reminder that even the boldest visions can falter in the face of nature and economics. The superconducting super collider, the unfinished quest for the universe's secrets. In the rolling hills of Texas, beneath fields now used for grazing, lies the remnants of one of science's most ambitious projects, the Superconducting Super Collider, SSC. Conceived in the 1980s as a particle accelerator to unlock the mysteries of the universe, the SSC promised to revolutionize physics. Yet, it was abandoned in 1993, leaving behind miles of tunnels and a legacy of unfulfilled potential. The SSC was proposed by American physicists to rival Europe's CERN, which later built the Large Hadron Collider. The project aimed to construct a 87-kilometer-long underground ring capable of accelerating particles to unprecedented energies. It would probe fundamental questions about the universe, from the nature of dark matter to the Higgs boson. Construction began in 1988 near Waxahachie, Texas, with a budget of $4.4 billion. Engineers dug 23 kilometers of tunnel and built support facilities, while scientists designed cutting-edge magnets and detectors. But the project faced mounting challenges. Costs soared to an estimated $12 billion, drawing criticism from Congress during a period of budget cuts. Political infighting, including rivalry with other scientific projects, eroded support. Critics argued the SSC's benefits were speculative, while supporters warned that canceling it would cede scientific leadership to Europe. In 1993, Congress pulled funding, halting construction. The tunnels were sealed, and equipment was sold or scrapped. Today, the SSC site is a ghost of its former ambition. The abandoned tunnels, still accessible to urban explorers, are a maze of concrete and rust. The project's cancellation had lasting impacts, with many American physicists moving to CERN, where the Higgs boson was later discovered. The SSC remains a cautionary tale of how politics can derail scientific progress. Why was it never completed? Budget overruns and political shifts were the primary factors, compounded by public skepticism about its cost. Some speculate that poor project management and competing priorities within the scientific community played a role. The SSC's unfinished state leaves us wondering, could it have transformed our understanding of the universe? The Statue of Liberty's unfinished sister, the Liberty enlightening the East. In the late 19th century, as the Statue of Liberty was being erected in New York Harbor as a gift from France to the United States, a parallel project was proposed in Egypt, a colossal statue titled Liberty Enlightening the East. Envisioned by French sculptor Frédéric Auguste Bartholdi, the same artist behind the Statue of Liberty, this monumental figure was meant to stand at the entrance to the Suez Canal, symbolizing progress and cultural exchange. Yet, it remains one of history's great unbuilt masterpieces, a dream lost to politics and practicality. The idea emerged in the 1860s, when Bartholdi was inspired by the opening of the Suez Canal, a marvel of engineering connecting Europe to Asia. He proposed a massive statue of a robed woman holding a torch, representing Egypt as a beacon of progress. The figure, tentatively called Egypt carrying the light to Asia, would stand over 30 meters tall, perched on a pedestal at Port Said. Bartholdi envisioned it as a lighthouse, its torch illuminating the canal at night, guiding ships through the vital waterway. Sketches and models were created, showing a majestic figure draped in flowing robes, her torch raised high. Bartholdi pitched the idea to Ismail Pasha, the Khedive of Egypt, hoping to secure funding. But the project faced immediate hurdles. Egypt, under Ottoman rule and burdened by debt from the canal's construction, lacked the funds for such an extravagant monument. Political tensions between France, Britain, and the Ottoman Empire further complicated matters, as the statue was seen as a symbol of French influence in a contested region. By the 1870s, the project was abandoned, and Bartholdi redirected his efforts to the Statue of Liberty in America. What remains are Bartholdi's sketches and a few small-scale models, preserved in museums. The concept heavily influenced the design of the Statue of Liberty, with its similar pose and symbolic torch. Had it been built, Liberty enlightening the East could have been a global icon, a counterpart to its American sister. Its absence leaves a poignant what if in the history of monumental art. Why was it never built? Financial constraints and geopolitical rivalries were the primary barriers. Some speculate that Egypt's leaders feared the statue would overshadow local culture, while others point to Bartholdi's own ambition, which may have outstripped practical realities. The unbuilt statue remains a symbol of a missed opportunity, a vision of unity that never materialized. Could Liberty enlightening the East have become a beacon for the Middle East, as the Statue of Liberty is for the West? Its unfinished legacy invites us to imagine a world where this grand gesture of art and diplomacy came to life. The Trans-Saharan Railway, a dream of connecting Africa. In the early 20th century, colonial powers in Africa dreamed of a railway that would span the Sahara Desert, linking North Africa to sub-Saharan regions. The Trans-Saharan Railway was envisioned as a monumental feat of engineering, fostering trade, migration, and colonial control across one of the world's harshest landscapes. Yet, despite decades of planning, the railway remains unbuilt, its tracks lost to the sands of time. The concept emerged in the 1870s, when French colonial authorities proposed a rail line from Algiers, on Algeria's Mediterranean coast, to Timbuktu in Mali, and potentially further south to Dakar in Senegal. The railway, stretching over 3,000 kilometers, would traverse the Sahara's dunes, oases, and rocky plateaus, connecting French-controlled territories and opening new markets for resources like gold, salt, and timber. Engineers planned a network of stations, water depots, and telegraph lines to support the line, with steam locomotives adapted for desert conditions. Initial surveys began in the 1880s, and small sections of track were laid in Algeria by the early 1900s. But the project faced immense challenges. The Sahara's extreme heat, shifting sands, and lack of water made construction perilous. Costs soared, with estimates reaching hundreds of millions of francs. Political instability, including uprisings in colonial territories and tensions between France and Britain, disrupted planning. The rise of automobiles and air travel in the mid-20th century further diminished the railway's urgency, and by the 1950s, the project was abandoned. Today, traces of the Trans-Saharan Railway linger in the form of rusted tracks and abandoned outposts in Algeria's desert. Local nomads tell stories of ghost trains that never ran, while historians view the project as a symbol of colonial hubris. Efforts to revive the idea in the 21st century, backed by modern African governments, have stalled due to funding and logistical issues. Why was it never completed? The desert's harsh environment and colonial politics were insurmountable barriers. Some argue the railway was a misguided attempt to impose European infrastructure on an unforgiving landscape, ignoring local realities. The unbuilt railway remains a testament to the limits of ambition in the face of nature's power. Could the Trans-Saharan Railway have transformed Africa's economy and connectivity? Would it have bridged cultures across the continent? Its absence leaves a void in the history of African infrastructure, a dream buried beneath the sands. The lost epic of Lord Byron, Don Juan unfinished. In the realm of literature, few works are as bold and sprawling as Lord Byron's Don Juan, a satirical epic poem begun in 1818. Intended to be a sweeping commentary on love, society, and human folly, the poem was meant to span dozens of cantos, chronicling the adventures of its titular hero. Yet, Byron's death in 1824 left the work incomplete, with only 17 cantos finished, a literary masterpiece cut short by tragedy. Byron, the romantic poet known for his charisma and rebellious spirit, conceived Don Juan as a playful yet biting satire, blending humor, romance, and social critique. The poem follows Don Juan, a young Spaniard whose misadventures take him across Europe and beyond, from shipwrecks to harems to English high society. Unlike traditional epic heroes, Juan is a flawed, often passive figure, swept along by fate and his own desires. Byron planned to take Juan through countless escapades, ending with a grand commentary on human nature. By 1824, Byron had published 16 cantos and was working on the 17th when he died of fever in Greece, where he was supporting the Greek War of Independence. The incomplete poem ends abruptly, with Juan in England, leaving readers hanging on an unresolved narrative. Byron's notes suggest he intended to continue the story, possibly taking Juan to revolutionary France or even America, but he left no clear outline for the ending. Why was Don Juan never finished? Byron's untimely death at age 36 was the primary reason, compounded by his chaotic lifestyle and political activism. Some scholars speculate that the poem's sprawling scope made completion daunting, even for a poet of Byron's stamina. Others suggest he deliberately left it open-ended, reflecting the unpredictability of life itself. The existing cantos are a literary triumph, filled with wit, vivid imagery, and biting commentary. They've inspired countless adaptations, from plays to operas, but the lack of an ending frustrates readers and scholars alike. Attempts to complete Don Juan have been made, but none capture Byron's unique voice. The poem's unfinished state adds to its allure, a reminder that even the greatest poets can leave their stories untold. Could Don Juan have become the defining epic of the Romantic era? Would it have reshaped literary satire? Its incomplete legacy invites us to imagine the adventures Byron never wrote, a masterpiece forever in progress. The Crystal Island, Moscow's unbuilt megastructure. In the early 2000s, Moscow was poised to become home to one of the world's most ambitious architectural projects. Crystal Island, a futuristic megastructure designed by British architect Norman Foster. Envisioned as a self-contained city within a city, this colossal complex promised to redefine urban living. Yet, it remains unbuilt, a victim of economic collapse and shifting priorities. Announced in 2007, Crystal Island was to be a 450-meter-tall, cone-shaped structure covering 2.5 million square meters in Moscow's Nagatinskia floodplain. The design featured a crystalline outer shell, inspired by Russian avant-garde art, housing apartments, offices, a hotel, a museum, and a school. Its base would span 1.1 kilometers, with a central atrium soaring to the sky, powered by solar and wind energy. The project aimed to accommodate 30,000 residents and attract millions of visitors, showcasing Russia's modernity. Construction was set to begin in 2009, with backing from Russian billionaire Shalva Chigirinsky and government support. Initial groundwork started, but the 2008 global financial crisis halted progress. The project's $4 billion cost became untenable as Russia's economy faltered. Political tensions and concerns about the site's flood-prone location further eroded support. By 2010, Crystal Island was quietly shelved, leaving only renderings and a few foundation markers. Today, the site remains undeveloped, a grassy expanse overshadowed by Moscow's skyline. The project's collapse is seen as a symbol of Russia's boom and bust economic cycle in the 2000s. Some Muscovites still dream of Crystal Island, while others view it as an overambitious folly, out of touch with practical needs. Why was it never built? The financial crisis was the primary factor, compounded by logistical challenges and skepticism about its scale. Some argue Foster's vision was too futuristic for Moscow's infrastructure at the time. Crystal Island remains a tantalizing vision of what could have been, a futuristic dream frozen in time. Could Crystal Island have transformed Moscow into a global architectural capital? Would it have set a new standard for urban design? Its unbuilt legacy lingers, a reminder of the fragility of grand visions in an uncertain world. The Göbekli Tepe of the Americas, the unfinished mounds of Poverty Point. In northeastern Louisiana, the Poverty Point site stands as one of North America's most enigmatic archaeological treasures. Dating back to 1700 to 1100 BCE, this complex of earthen mounds and concentric ridges is often called the Göbekli Tepe of the Americas for its age and sophistication. Yet, parts of the site appear unfinished, hinting at a grand vision interrupted by unknown forces. Built by a hunter-gatherer culture, Poverty Point features 6 concentric C-shaped ridges, a central plaza, and several large mounds, the tallest rising 22 meters. The site, covering nearly a square kilometer, was a ceremonial and trade center, with artifacts from as far away as the Great Lakes and Appalachians. Archaeologists believe it was meant to include additional mounds and structures, possibly a temple or observatory, but construction halted abruptly around 1100 BCE. The largest mound, Mound A, is a bird-shaped structure, possibly representing a spiritual symbol. Excavations suggest other mounds were planned but left incomplete, with partially dug foundations and scattered materials. The site's purpose remains debated. Some see it as a religious center, others a hub for trade or astronomy. Its scale suggests a level of organization unprecedented for a pre-agricultural society. Why was Poverty Point left unfinished? Theories range from environmental changes, like flooding or drought, to social upheaval or resource depletion. Some speculate a catastrophic event, such as disease or conflict, disrupted the community. The absence of written records leaves these questions unanswered, making Poverty Point a tantalizing mystery. Today, Poverty Point is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, drawing visitors who marvel at its ancient engineering. Its unfinished mounds stand as a testament to a lost culture's ambition, inviting us to ponder what might have been. Could it have become a major cultural center, rivaling later Mesoamerican cities? Its incomplete state fuels speculation, a reminder that even ancient dreams can remain elusive. The Teatro del Mundo, Venice's floating dream. In the shimmering canals of Venice, Italy, a visionary project was proposed in 1979. The Teatro del Mundo, a floating theater designed by architect Aldo Rossi. Conceived as a temporary structure for the Venice Biennale, this innovative theater was meant to redefine the relationship between performance and place. Though partially realized, its full vision, a permanent, evolving cultural hub, remains unfinished, a fleeting dream lost to practicality and time. The Teatro del Mundo was born during a period of renewed interest in Venice's cultural heritage. Rossi, a pioneer of postmodern architecture, envisioned a theater that would float on a barge, moving through Venice's canals and lagoons. The design was striking. A wooden structure with a metallic frame, topped by a conical roof, evoking both a medieval tower and a ship. Measuring 25 meters long and 9 meters high, it could seat 250 spectators and host plays, concerts, and exhibitions. The theater was meant to be a symbol of Venice's fluidity, blending land, water, and art. For the 1979 Biennale, the theater was built and launched, towed through the canals to various locations, including the Punta della Dogana. It hosted performances to critical acclaim, captivating audiences with its mobility and intimate setting. Rossi planned to make it a permanent fixture, with upgrades to allow year-round use and international tours to other coastal cities. But after the Biennale, funding dried up. Maintaining a floating structure in Venice's corrosive saltwater proved costly, and logistical challenges such as navigating narrow canals, mounted. By 1981, the theater was dismantled, its components stored, and plans for its revival were abandoned. Today, the Teatro del Mundo exists only in photographs, drawings, and the memories of those who saw it. A replica was briefly recreated in 2004 for an exhibition, but the dream of a permanent floating theater never materialized. Venetians still speak of it with nostalgia, and some claim the canals feel emptier without it. Why was it never fully realized? Financial constraints and Venice's complex regulations were major hurdles. Some argue Rossi's vision was too ambitious for a city struggling to preserve its historic fabric. Could the Teatro del Mundo have transformed Venice into a global hub for experimental theater? Would it have inspired other floating cultural spaces? Its unfinished legacy remains a poignant reminder of art's fleeting nature, a dream that sailed briefly before sinking into history. The last novel of H.G. Wells, The World Set Free's unfinished sequel. H.G. Wells, the father of science fiction, crafted worlds that reshaped literature with works like The Time Machine and The War of the Worlds. In 1914, he published The World Set Free, a prophetic novel about nuclear energy and global conflict. Wells planned a sequel, tentatively titled The New World Order, to explore humanity's future after such a cataclysm. But the novel remained unwritten, its fragments lost to time, leaving a gap in Wells' visionary oeuvre. The World Set Free envisioned a world transformed by atomic bombs, leading to a utopian society rebuilt from the ashes. Wells, inspired by early 20th century scientific discoveries, began sketching the sequel in the 1930s, as global tensions rose before World War II. The new novel would follow survivors rebuilding a unified world government, tackling themes of technology, morality, and human evolution. Notes and letters suggest Wells planned a sprawling narrative, blending philosophy with speculative fiction, to chart humanity's path to peace or destruction. By the time Wells died in 1946, only fragments, scattered notes, and a partial outline existed. His declining health, compounded by despair over the war and the atomic bomb's real-world emergence, likely stalled progress. Some scholars believe Wells struggled to reconcile his optimistic vision with the grim realities of the 1940s. Others suggest he abandoned the project, fearing it would be overshadowed by his earlier works. The surviving notes, housed in archives at the University of Illinois, hint at a bold narrative. They describe a world where technology enables global cooperation but threatens authoritarianism, with characters debating humanity's capacity for change. The unfinished sequel's absence is keenly felt, as it could have been a capstone to Wells' career, addressing themes still relevant today. Why was it never completed? Wells' physical and emotional exhaustion, coupled with the project's ambitious scope, were likely factors. Some speculate he felt the real world's trajectory outpaced his fiction, rendering the sequel obsolete. The unwritten novel remains a tantalizing what-if, a lost chapter in science fiction's evolution. Could the New World Order have redefined speculative fiction, as Wells' earlier works did? Would it have offered hope in a fractured world? Its unfinished state invites us to imagine the future Wells envisioned, a dream left on the page. The Dez Dam, Iran's unfinished megaproject. In southwestern Iran, along the Dez River, stands the Dez Dam, a towering structure that transformed the region's agriculture and economy. Built in the 1960s, it was meant to be the centerpiece of a grand irrigation and hydroelectric project, promising prosperity for Khuzestan province. Yet, its full vision, a network of canals, reservoirs, and power plants, remains incomplete, a dream curtailed by war and politics. The project began in 1959 under Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who sought to modernize Iran through ambitious infrastructure. The Dez Dam, designed by Italian engineers, was to be a 203-meter-high concrete giant, harnessing the river to irrigate 125,000 hectares and generate electricity for millions. The plan included an extensive canal system, secondary dams, and agricultural settlements to transform the arid region into a breadbasket. Construction progressed rapidly, and the dam was completed in 1963, hailed as a triumph of Iranian engineering. But the broader project stalled. The canal network, meant to distribute water across Kazakhstan, was only partially built. Plans for additional power plants and reservoirs were delayed by funding shortages and logistical challenges. The 1979 Iranian Revolution and subsequent Iran-Iraq War, 1980 to 1988, halted progress entirely as resources were diverted to military needs. Bombings damaged parts of the dam, and the agricultural settlements were abandoned. Today, the Des Dam operates, but its potential is unrealized. The incomplete canal system limits irrigation, and many planned settlements remain empty. The surrounding landscape, dotted with half-built channels and rusted equipment, tells a story of ambition undone. Locals speak of the dam with mixed feelings, proud of its engineering but frustrated by its unfulfilled promise. Why was it never completed? The revolution and war were the primary disruptors, compounded by economic sanctions and mismanagement. Some argue the project's scale was unrealistic for Iran's volatile political climate. The Des Dam stands as a symbol of modernization cut short, its unfinished network a reminder of dreams deferred by conflict. Could the full project have transformed Iran into an agricultural powerhouse? Would it have stabilized the region's economy? The Des Dam's incomplete legacy invites us to ponder what might have been, a monument to ambition in a turbulent land. The National Library of Argentina, Buenos Aires' unfinished cultural beacon. In Buenos Aires, Argentina, the National Library stands as a bold architectural statement, its brutalist design a testament to modernist ideals. Designed by Clorindo Testa in 1961, it was meant to be a cultural hub, housing millions of books and serving as a beacon for Argentine literature. Yet, its full vision, a sprawling complex with exhibition spaces, auditoriums, and public plazas, remains unfinished, a dream delayed by decades of economic and political turmoil. The project began in the 1960s, when Argentina sought to modernize its cultural institutions. Testa's design was revolutionary, a concrete structure elevated on massive pillars, with underground stacks to protect books and open spaces for public engagement. The library was to include a museum, lecture halls, and gardens, making it a vibrant center for learning. Construction started in 1971 but faced immediate challenges. Argentina's economic instability, marked by inflation and debt, slowed progress. Political upheavals, including the 1976 military coup, further delayed the project as cultural initiatives were deprioritized. By 1992, the library's core structure was completed and opened, but many planned features were missing. The museum and auditoriums were never built, and the surrounding plazas remained stark and underused. Budget cuts and bureaucratic delays prevented further development, leaving the library as a striking but incomplete monument. Today, the National Library is a beloved landmark, housing over 2 million volumes, including rare manuscripts by Jorge Luis Borges, who once directed the institution. Its elevated design and panoramic views of Buenos Aires draw visitors, but the absence of planned cultural spaces limits its impact. Why was it never fully realized? Economic crises and political instability were the main culprits, compounded by shifting priorities in a turbulent nation. Could the library have become a global center for literary culture? Would it have elevated Argentina's intellectual legacy? Its unfinished state is a poignant reminder of a nation's aspirations, a cultural dream left hanging in the balance. The Nazca Lines lost purpose, an unfinished ancient canvas. In the arid deserts of southern Peru, the Nazca Lines, a series of massive geoglyphs etched into the earth, stand as one of archaeology's greatest mysteries. Created by the Nazca culture between 500 BCE and 500 CE, these intricate designs, depicting animals, plants, and geometric shapes, span hundreds of square kilometers. Yet, Evidence suggests the Nazca Lines were part of a larger, unfinished project, their full purpose lost to time. The lines, visible only from the air, include figures like a hummingbird, spider, and monkey, some stretching over 300 meters. Created by removing dark surface stones to reveal lighter soil beneath, they're remarkably preserved due to the desert's dry climate. Archaeologists believe they served a ritual or astronomical purpose, possibly linked to water or fertility ceremonies. Excavations have uncovered incomplete lines and partially formed figures, suggesting the Nazca planned to expand the project with more geoglyphs or structures. Why was it left unfinished? Theories point to environmental changes, such as drought, which may have weakened the Nazca culture. Some suggest social collapse or invasion by neighboring groups disrupted the work. The absence of written records leaves the line's purpose unclear, fueling speculation about their significance. Were they offerings to gods, markers for celestial events, or part of a vast ceremonial landscape? Today, the Nazca Lines are a UNESCO World Heritage Site, drawing tourists and researchers who marvel at their scale and mystery. The incomplete figures, abandoned mid-creation, add to their enigma, inviting us to imagine the Nazca's full vision. Could they have created an even grander canvas, revealing secrets of their cosmology? The Nazca Lines remain an unfinished masterpiece, a testament to an ancient culture's ambition and mystery. The Cathedral of Beauvais, a Gothic ambition too grand. In the small town of Beauvais, France, stands the Cathedral of St. Peter, a Gothic masterpiece that was meant to be the tallest and grandest cathedral in the world. Begun in 1225, its soaring choir and intricate stonework are breathtaking, yet it remains famously incomplete, with only a fraction of its planned structure built. Known as the Parthenon of French Gothic, its story is one of ambition pushed beyond the limits of medieval engineering. The cathedral was conceived during a period of intense competition among French cities to build ever grander cathedrals, such as those in Chartres and Amiens. Beauvais clergy aimed to surpass them all, planning a structure with a choir 48 meters high, the tallest ever attempted, and a nave that would stretch over 150 meters. The design included a massive central tower, elaborate stained glass windows, and flying buttresses to support its unprecedented height. Construction began with fervor, funded by the church and local nobility, with master masons pushing the boundaries of Gothic architecture. By the 1270s, the choir was complete, its vaulted ceiling soaring above the town. But disaster struck in 1284 when part of the choir collapsed, likely due to structural flaws and overly ambitious engineering. Rebuilding efforts resumed, but progress was slow. Funding dwindled as France faced economic strain from wars and plagues, including the Black Death. In 1573, the central tower, partially built, collapsed, further halting construction. The planned nave, transept, and additional towers were never started, leaving the cathedral as a truncated masterpiece, essentially a choir with an apse, attached to a small Romanesque structure from an earlier church. Today, Beauvais Cathedral is both awe-inspiring and melancholic. Its choir, with its delicate stonework and vibrant stained glass, is a testament to Gothic genius, but the absence of a nave and towers creates a jarring incompleteness. Visitors stand beneath its towering vaults, marveling at what was achieved while imagining what might have been. The cathedral remains in use, but its precarious structure requires constant maintenance, with modern engineers reinforcing its fragile buttresses. Why was it never finished? Structural failures and economic hardship were primary factors, compounded by medieval engineering's limitations. Some historians suggest the clergy's hubris, pushing for a cathedral beyond the era's technological capabilities, doomed the project. Local legends speak of a curse on Beauvais, with collapses seen as divine warnings against human pride. Could Beauvais have surpassed Notre Dame or Chartres as the pinnacle of Gothic architecture? Would its completion have redefined medieval Europe's spiritual landscape? The cathedral's unfinished state invites us to ponder these questions, a monument to ambition that reached too high. The New Harmony Experiment, Indiana's unfinished utopia. In the rolling fields of Indiana, USA, lies the site of New Harmony, a 19th-century utopian community that promised a new model of communal living. Founded in 1825 by Welsh industrialist Robert Owen, it was meant to be a beacon of social reform, blending education, equality, and cooperation. Yet, within 2 years, the experiment collapsed, leaving behind an unfinished dream of a perfect society. New Harmony was Owen's vision of a cooperative community free from the inequalities of industrial society. Building on the site of a previous religious commune founded by the Harmonist sect, Owen purchased the land and invited intellectuals, scientists, and reformers to join. The plan included schools, libraries, communal farms, and workshops, all designed to foster equality and intellectual growth. Over 1,000 settlers arrived, drawn by Owen's promise of a new moral world, where labor and resources were shared. Construction began swiftly, with new buildings, a community hall, and experimental gardens. But cracks soon appeared. The settlers, a mix of idealists and opportunists, clashed over leadership and work distribution. Owen's ambitious plans, such as free education and communal property, required funds that quickly ran dry. Mismanagement and cultural differences among the diverse group led to infighting. By 1827, Owen abandoned the project, and New Harmony dissolved, though some residents stayed, forming a smaller, less ambitious community. Today, New Harmony is a historic site, with restored Harmonist buildings and a few of Owen's structures standing as reminders of the failed utopia. The town is a quiet tourist destination, its serene streets belying the turmoil of its past. Why was it never fully realized? Poor planning and ideological conflicts were key factors, compounded by Owen's absence during critical moments. Some argue the vision was too idealistic, ignoring human nature's complexities. Could New Harmony have inspired a global movement for cooperative living? Would it have reshaped 19th-century society? Its unfinished legacy remains a poignant reminder of the challenges of building utopia, a dream that faded but left echoes in modern communal experiments. The War Symphony, Shostakovich's unfinished ninth. In the world of music, Dmitri Shostakovich's Symphony No. 9 was meant to be a monumental work celebrating the Soviet Union's victory in World War II. Begun in 1945, it was expected to be a grand, triumphant ode, but Shostakovich left it incomplete, producing a shorter, ironic work that baffled audiences and authorities. The full vision of his wartime epic remains one of music's great, unfinished masterpieces. Shostakovich, a towering figure in 20th-century music, was under immense pressure to deliver a patriotic symphony after the Allied victory. The Soviet government expected a massive, choral work in the vein of Beethoven's Ninth, glorifying Stalin's regime. Shostakovich began sketching a grandiose symphony, with notes suggesting a four-movement structure, including a choral finale and themes of sacrifice and triumph. But as he worked, his disillusionment with Soviet oppression grew. Instead of a heroic epic, he produced a compact, sardonic symphony, premiered in 1945, which mocked expectations with its playful, almost trivial tone. The surviving Symphony No. 9 is a masterpiece of irony, but Shostakovich's notes reveal a far more ambitious original plan, abandoned mid-composition. Sketches include fragments of a larger orchestral work, with darker, more complex themes reflecting the war's toll. Why was it never completed as intended? Shostakovich's fear of censorship likely played a role, as Stalin's regime punished artists for subversive works. His own emotional exhaustion after years of war and political pressure may have also led him to scale back the project. The existing symphony is celebrated for its wit and defiance, but the lost epic haunts music scholars. Could it have been Shostakovich's greatest work, a raw reflection of war's devastation? Would it have challenged Soviet propaganda with its honesty? The unfinished Ninth remains a testament to an artist's struggle to balance creativity and survival, a symphony silenced by its time. The Transitron, Japan's unbuilt megacomputer. In the 1980s, Japan's tech industry was at the forefront of innovation, dreaming of a computer that would redefine artificial intelligence. The Transitron, conceived as a massive parallel processing machine, it promised to surpass all existing computers in speed and capability. Yet, the project was abandoned before completion, a casualty of economic shifts and technological hurdles. The Transitron was launched in 1982 by Japan's Ministry of International Trade and Industry MITI, part of the fifth-generation computer systems initiative. The goal was to create a computer capable of human-like reasoning, using advanced logic programming and neural networks. The Transitron would feature thousands of processors working in tandem, housed in a facility the size of a small building. It was to power applications from medical diagnostics to economic forecasting, positioning Japan as the global leader in AI. By the late 1980s, prototypes were built, showing promising results in parallel computing. But the project faced challenges. The complexity of coordinating thousands of processors led to technical setbacks. Japan's economic bubble burst in 1990, draining funds and shifting focus to immediate commercial needs. By 1992, the Transitron was cancelled, its prototypes dismantled, and its research absorbed into smaller projects. Today, fragments of the Transitron's technology live on in modern supercomputers, but the grand vision of a revolutionary AI machine was never realized. Why was it abandoned? Economic collapse and technical difficulties were primary factors, with some arguing Japan underestimated the challenge of AI development. The Transitron remains a symbol of a bold technological leap that fell short, a dream of a digital future left incomplete. Could the Transitron have ushered in an AI revolution decades early? Would it have cemented Japan's dominance in tech? Its unfinished legacy invites us to imagine a world where this megacomputer came to life. The Great Wall of India, Kambhalgura's unfinished extension. In Rajasthan, India, the Kambhalgur Fort boasts one of the world's longest walls, often called the Great Wall of India. Built in the 15th century, this 36-kilometer-long fortification was meant to be part of an even grander defensive network, protecting the Muir Kingdom. Yet, plans to extend the wall and its fortifications were never completed, leaving a partially realized masterpiece of military architecture. Constructed under Rana Kumbha, the fort's wall winds through rugged hills, with 360 temples, palaces, and watchtowers. The original plan called for a 60-kilometer extension, linking Kambhalgur to other forts and creating an impregnable regional defense. Work began in the 1440s, with masons and laborers crafting the massive stone structure. But invasions, internal conflicts, and resource shortages halted the extension in the 16th century, leaving the wall incomplete. Today, Kambhalgur is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, its existing wall a marvel of engineering. The unfinished sections, with half-built towers and scattered stones, hint at the grander vision. Why was it never finished? Political instability and Mughal invasions disrupted Muir's resources, while the wall's existing length was deemed sufficient. Local legends speak of a curse, with the wall's construction linked to human sacrifices to appease deities. Could the extended wall have made Muir invincible? Would it have reshaped India's medieval history? The Great Wall of India's unfinished state remains a testament to a kingdom's ambition, a fortress left guarding its secrets. The Temple of Olympian Zeus, Athens' unfinished monument to the gods. In the heart of Athens, Greece, stands the Temple of Olympian Zeus, a colossal structure that was meant to be the grandest temple in the ancient world. Begun in the 6th century BCE, its massive columns and intricate design were intended to honor Zeus, king of the gods. Yet, it remained incomplete for over 600 years, a testament to ambition thwarted by war, politics, and time. The temple's story began around 520 BCE under the tyrant Pisistratos, who envisioned a monument to surpass all others in Greece. The design called for a temple 110 meters long and 43 meters wide, with 104 Corinthian columns, each 17 meters tall, carved from Pentelic marble. It was to be a symbol of Athens' power and devotion, rivaling the Parthenon. Construction started with enthusiasm, but Pisistrato's death and the fall of his regime halted progress. The site lay abandoned for centuries with only a few columns standing. In the 2nd century BCE, Seleucid king Antiochus IV revived the project, but his death in 164 BCE stopped work again. It wasn't until the Roman Emperor Hadrian in 131 CE that the temple was finally completed, nearly 650 years after it began. Even then, its full vision, including a grand precinct with statues and altars, was never fully realized. Subsequent invasions and neglect left the temple in ruins, with only 15 columns standing today. The surviving columns, towering over Athens, are a breathtaking sight, their fluted surfaces glowing in the Mediterranean sun. Yet, the incomplete precinct and scattered ruins hint at the grander dream. Why was it never fully finished? Political instability, wars, and economic shifts repeatedly derailed the project. Some ancient sources suggest the Athenians saw its scale as hubris, fearing divine retribution for rivaling the god's grandeur. Could the temple of Olympian Zeus have been the crowning jewel of ancient architecture? Would it have redefined Athens' spiritual legacy? Its unfinished state remains a poignant reminder of the fragility of even the grandest plans, a monument to a city's devotion left incomplete. The Hindenburg-class airship successor, the unbuilt dream of global flight. In the 1930s, airships were the pinnacle of aviation, and Germany's Zeppelin company dreamed of a new generation of airships to succeed the iconic Hindenburg. Known as the LZ-130 Graf Zeppelin II, this massive airship was meant to revolutionize transcontinental travel, offering luxury and speed unmatched by ships or early airplanes. Yet, it was left incomplete, a casualty of tragedy and war. The Hindenburg, launched in 1936, was a marvel, 245 meters long, carrying 70 passengers in opulent cabins across the Atlantic in just 2 days. Its success spurred plans for the Graf Zeppelin II, an even more advanced airship. Designed in 1937, it would feature improved engines, a lighter aluminum frame, and enhanced safety systems, addressing concerns about the flammable hydrogen used in earlier models. The airship was to carry 100 passengers, with plans for a fleet to serve routes to North and South America, Asia, and Africa. Construction began in 1938 at Friedrichshafen, Germany. The frame was nearly complete, and cabins were being fitted when the Hindenburg disaster struck in May 1937, bursting into flames in New Jersey and killing 36 people. The tragedy shattered public confidence in airships, and the Graf Zeppelin II's funding was slashed. World War II further halted progress, as Germany redirected resources to military production. By 1940, the partially built airship was scrapped, its materials repurposed for warplanes. Today, only blueprints and photographs of the Graf Zeppelin II's frame survive, preserved in German aviation archives. The project's collapse marked the end of the airship era, as airplanes became the dominant mode of air travel. Why was it never finished? The Hindenburg disaster and the outbreak of war were the primary factors, compounded by the high cost of airship development. Some speculate that even without the disaster, airships couldn't compete with planes' speed and versatility. Could the Graf Zeppelin II have ushered in a golden age of airship travel? Would it have transformed global connectivity? Its unfinished legacy remains a symbol of a bygone era's ambition, a dream of the skies left grounded. The exiled saga of Salman Rushdie, the Satanic Verses' unfinished companion. Salman Rushdie, one of the most celebrated authors of the 20th century, sparked global controversy with his 1988 novel, The Satanic Verses. Less known is that Rushdie planned a companion novel, tentatively titled The Book of the Peer, to expand its themes of faith, identity, and migration. The project was abandoned after Rushdie's exile, leaving a literary masterpiece unfinished and shrouded in mystery. The Satanic Verses explored the lives of two Indian immigrants, weaving magical realism with provocative commentary on religion and culture. Its publication led to a fatwa issued by Iran's Ayatollah Khomeini in 1989, forcing Rushdie into hiding. Before this, Rushdie had begun outlining the Book of the Pir, which would follow new characters navigating a mythical, post-colonial world, blending Islamic and Hindu mysticism. Notes suggest it would delve deeper into the spiritual questions raised in the Satanic Verses, with a narrative spanning continents and centuries. Rushdie's life in hiding disrupted his work. The constant threat of violence, coupled with the emotional toll of isolation, made writing the novel impossible. By the time he emerged from hiding in the late 1990s, Rushdie had moved on to other projects, and the Book of the Pir remained a collection of fragmented notes. These, stored in private archives, hint at a sprawling epic but offer no clear structure. Why was it never completed? The fatwa and Rushdie's exile were the primary barriers, disrupting his creative process. Some scholars suggest the controversy made the project too risky, as it would likely reignite tensions. Others believe Rushdie felt the companion novel couldn't match the Satanic Verses' impact. The unfinished work remains a tantalizing what-if, a lost chapter in Rushdie's literary legacy. Could the Book of the Pir have reshaped modern literature as its predecessor did? Would it have deepened our understanding of faith and identity? Its absence leaves a void, a reminder of how external forces can silence even the boldest voices. The Antarctic Research City, the unbuilt polar metropolis. In the 1960s, as humanity's fascination with Antarctica grew, scientists proposed a visionary project, a permanent research city on the icy continent. Dubbed the Antarctic Research City, it was to be a self-sustaining hub for scientific discovery, housing thousands of researchers in a futuristic complex. Yet, the project remains unbuilt, a dream frozen by logistics and environmental concerns. Conceived during the International Geophysical Year, 1957 to 1958, the project aimed to centralize Antarctic research, then scattered across temporary bases. The design, led by American and Soviet scientists, envisioned a domed city covering 10 square kilometers, with insulated buildings, renewable energy systems, and advanced laboratories. It would support studies in climate, geology, and biology, with living quarters, schools, and even a small hospital for up to 5,000 residents. The city was to be built near McMurdo Sound, leveraging its relatively accessible location. Planning peaked in the 1970s with architectural models and feasibility studies. But challenges mounted. Antarctica's extreme cold, reaching -50 degrees Celsius, and months-long darkness made construction daunting. Costs were estimated at $5 billion, a massive sum for the time. Environmental concerns also emerged, as scientists worried about disrupting Antarctica's pristine ecosystem. The 1991 Antarctic Treaty Protocol, prioritizing environmental protection, further dimmed prospects. By the 1980s, the project was shelved, replaced by smaller, modular research stations. Today, traces of the plan exist in archived designs and scientific papers. Antarctica's research stations, like McMurdo and Amundsen Scott, carry on the work but lack the city's grand vision. Why was it never built? Logistical and environmental challenges, combined with international reluctance to fund such a costly project, were key factors. Some argue the city's scale was unrealistic, given Antarctica's harsh conditions. Could the Antarctic Research City have revolutionized polar science? Would it have unlocked secrets of Earth's climate and history? Its unbuilt legacy remains a symbol of humanity's reach for knowledge, frozen in the ice. The Great Zimbabwe Expansion, Africa's unfinished stone kingdom. In southern Africa, the ruins of Great Zimbabwe stand as a testament to a powerful medieval kingdom. Built between the 11th and 15th centuries, this stone city was the heart of a thriving trade empire. Yet, evidence suggests an ambitious expansion. Additional enclosures, towers, and settlements was planned but never completed, leaving a masterpiece of African architecture unfinished. Great Zimbabwe, constructed by the Shona people, features massive stone walls built without mortar, enclosing palaces, temples, and homes. Its great enclosure, with walls up to 11 meters high, is a marvel of precision. Archaeological evidence, including unfinished walls and scattered stones, suggests plans to expand the city, possibly doubling its size to accommodate growing trade with East Africa and Asia. The expansion would include new enclosures, a grander royal palace, and defensive towers to protect against rivals. Construction halted around the 15th century, likely due to resource depletion or environmental changes, such as drought, that weakened the kingdom. Some archaeologists propose internal conflict or shifts in trade routes led to the city's decline. The unfinished sections, with partially built walls and abandoned tools, remain visible, hinting at the grander vision. Today, Great Zimbabwe is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, drawing visitors who marvel at its stonework and ponder its mysteries. Why was the expansion never completed? Environmental and social factors likely played a role, with the kingdom's collapse leaving the project in limbo. Local oral traditions speak of a lost city that was meant to be even greater, adding to the site's mystique. Could the expanded Great Zimbabwe have rivaled the great cities of its time? Would it have solidified the Shona's dominance in African trade? Its unfinished state remains a testament to a kingdom's ambition, a stone legacy left incomplete. The Palace of Bagrati, Georgia's unfinished medieval marvel. In the heart of Kutaisi, Georgia, the Bagrati Cathedral stands as a testament to the golden age of the Georgian kingdom. Begun in the 11th century under King Bagrat III, this majestic structure was intended to be a crowning achievement of medieval architecture, symbolizing Georgia's cultural and spiritual unity. Yet, its ambitious expansion, including a grand monastic complex and defensive walls, remains unfinished, a dream shattered by invasion and time. Construction started in 1003, with the cathedral designed to rival the great churches of Byzantium. Its soaring dome, intricate frescoes, and stone carvings were meant to glorify Georgia's Christian faith and royal power. The original plan included a sprawling complex with monasteries, libraries, and fortified walls to protect the city. By the early 11th century, the cathedral was nearly complete, its golden dome visible across the Rioni River Valley. But plans for the surrounding complex were interrupted in 1071 when Seljuk invaders sacked Kutaisi, damaging the cathedral and halting construction. Over the centuries, earthquakes and further invasions, including by the Ottomans, left the cathedral in ruins. The monastic complex and walls were never built, and only parts of the cathedral were restored in modern times. Today, Bagrati is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, its restored dome and frescoes a stunning sight. Yet, the absence of the planned complex, evident in scattered foundations and unfinished stonework, tells a story of a grander vision. Local legends speak of hidden treasures buried beneath the site, meant to fund the expansion, adding to its mystique. Why was it never completed? Invasions and natural disasters were the primary culprits, draining Georgia's resources. Some historians suggest internal political strife weakened the kingdom's ability to sustain such a project. Could Bagrati have become a spiritual and cultural hub for the Caucasus? Would its completion have solidified Georgia's medieval legacy? The cathedral's unfinished state remains a poignant reminder of a kingdom's dreams, broken by the tides of history. The pneumatic railway, London's unfinished underground dream. In the 1860s, as London streets choked with traffic, a revolutionary idea emerged. The pneumatic railway, a subterranean transport system powered by air pressure. Conceived as a futuristic alternative to steam trains, it promised to transform urban travel. A prototype was built, but the full network was never realized, leaving an unfinished masterpiece of Victorian innovation buried beneath the city. The concept was pioneered by engineer Thomas Webster Rammel, who proposed using air pressure to propel passenger cars through underground tubes. Unlike steam trains, which produce smoke and noise, the pneumatic system would be clean and quiet, ideal for London's growing metropolis. In 1864, a test line was built in Battersea, with a 600-meter tube carrying a single car propelled by a giant fan. The prototype was a success, carrying passengers at 40 kilometers per hour, and plans were drawn for a network linking London's major stations. The ambitious design called for a 10-kilometer network of tubes beneath central London, with stations at key hubs like Euston and Waterloo. But challenges mounted. The technology was expensive, requiring massive fans and airtight tubes. Excavating beneath London's crowded streets proved difficult, and funding dried up as investors favored steam railways. The outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War in 1870 disrupted European investment, and by 1875 the project was abandoned. Today, traces of the pneumatic railway survive in archival blueprints and the Battersea test site, now buried under modern developments. Why was it never completed? High costs and competition from steam railways were key factors, compounded by technical limitations in scaling the system. Some argue Victorian society wasn't ready for such a radical leap. The unfinished railway remains a symbol of innovation ahead of its time, a dream of a cleaner, quieter London left underground. Could the pneumatic railway have revolutionized urban transport? Would it have inspired similar systems worldwide? Its unbuilt legacy invites us to imagine a different future for city travel. The Poetic Cycle of Anna Akhmatova, Poem Without a Hero's Unfinished Sequel. Anna Akhmatova, one of Russia's greatest poets, crafted Poem Without a Hero in the 1940s, a haunting reflection on memory, loss, and the Soviet era's turmoil. She planned a sequel, tentatively titled The Other Side of the Sea, to expand its themes across a global canvas. But the project remained unfinished, silenced by censorship and personal tragedy, leaving a literary masterpiece incomplete. Poem Without a Hero is a dense, lyrical work, blending autobiography with allegory, set against the backdrop of St. Petersburg's pre-revolutionary decadence. Akhmatova began sketching the sequel in the 1950s, envisioning a cycle that would explore exile, love, and redemption in a world scarred by war. Notes suggest it would follow characters across Europe and America, weaving Russian folklore with modernist imagery. The sequel aimed to be her magnum opus, a universal meditation on human resilience. Akhmatova's work was interrupted by Soviet censorship, which banned her poetry for its perceived subversiveness. Her son's imprisonment and her own surveillance under Stalin's regime took a toll, and she died in 1966 with only fragments of the sequel written. These fragments, preserved in Moscow archives, include vivid images of oceans and distant shores but lack a cohesive narrative. Why was it never finished? Political oppression and personal hardship were primary barriers, draining Akhmatova's energy. Some scholars believe she struggled to reconcile the sequel's global scope with her intensely personal style. The unfinished work remains a tantalizing glimpse of what could have been, a poetic dream cut short by a repressive era. Could The Other Side of the Sea have redefined 20th century poetry? Would it have cemented Akhmatova's global legacy? Its absence leaves a void in literary history, a reminder of how tyranny can silence art. The floating city of Freedom Ship, the unbuilt oceanic utopia. In the 1990s, a group of American entrepreneurs proposed a radical vision. Freedom Ship, a floating city that would sail the world, offering a libertarian utopia free from national laws. Envisioned as the largest ship ever built, it promised to house 60,000 residents in a self-sustaining community. Yet, it remains unbuilt, a dream sunk by financial and logistical challenges. Conceived by engineer Norman Nixon in 1997, Freedom Ship was to be a 1.4-kilometer-long vessel 25 stories tall, with homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses. Powered by solar and wave energy, it would circumnavigate the globe every 2 years, stopping at major ports. The design included an airport, shopping malls, and farms, creating a mobile nation for entrepreneurs, retirees, and adventurers. The project aimed to bypass government regulations, appealing to libertarian ideals. Initial designs were completed, and a promotional campaign raised interest, with thousands signing up for cabins. But the $11 billion price tag proved insurmountable. Investors balked at the cost, and engineering challenges, such as stabilizing such a massive structure in storms, raised doubts. By the 2000s, the project stalled, with only renderings and a website remaining. Today, Freedom Ship exists as a concept, its blueprints a curiosity in maritime history. Why was it never built? Financial hurdles and technical complexities were key, with critics arguing the libertarian vision was impractical. Some suggest the project was more a publicity stunt than a feasible plan. The unbuilt ship remains a symbol of utopian ambition, a floating dream that never set sail. Could Freedom Ship have redefined global living? Would it have created a new model for society? Its unfinished legacy invites us to ponder a world where such a bold vision came to life. The stone spheres of Costa Rica, an unfinished ancient enigma. In the Diquis Delta of Costa Rica, hundreds of stone spheres, known as the Diquis spheres, the landscape, crafted by an ancient culture between 600 and 1500 CE. These perfectly carved granite orbs, some over 2 meters in diameter, are among archaeology's great mysteries. Evidence suggests they were part of a larger, unfinished ceremonial complex, its purpose lost to time. The spheres, created by the Chibchan people, vary from small to massive with remarkable precision. Archaeological digs reveal unfinished spheres and scattered tools, suggesting a plan for a grander site, possibly a ritual center or astronomical observatory. Some theories propose the spheres marked sacred spaces or represented celestial bodies. The project appears to have been abandoned around the time of Spanish colonization, which disrupted indigenous cultures. Today, the Diquis spheres are a UNESCO World Heritage Site, scattered across fields and museums. Their incomplete arrangement, with some spheres moved or buried, hints at a larger vision. Why was it never finished? Colonization and disease likely decimated the Chibchan population, halting construction. The absence of written records leaves their purpose unclear, fueling speculation. Could the completed complex have revealed a sophisticated understanding of astronomy or spirituality? Would it have rivaled other ancient American sites? The sphere's unfinished legacy remains a haunting enigma, a testament to a lost culture's ambition. The Mostar Bridge expansion, Bosnia's unfinished symbol of unity. In Mostar, Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Stari Most, Old Bridge, a 16th century Ottoman masterpiece, arches gracefully over the Neretva River. Rebuilt after its destruction in the 1993 Bosnian War, it stands as a symbol of reconciliation. Less known is a planned 19th century expansion to transform the bridge into a larger complex with towers, markets, and cultural spaces, a project left unfinished due to political upheaval and war. The original bridge, built in 1566 by architect Mimar Hayruddin, was a marvel of Ottoman engineering, its single stone arch defying gravity. In the 1870s, as the Ottoman Empire waned, local leaders proposed expanding the bridge area into a cultural hub to boost trade and unity between Mostar's diverse communities, Bosniaks, Croats, and Serbs. The plan included fortified towers, a marketplace, and a mosque, creating a vibrant riverside complex. Initial work began in the 1880s, with foundations laid for the towers and market stalls. But the project was derailed by the Austro-Hungarian occupation of Bosnia in 1878, which shifted priorities to Western-style infrastructure. Funding dried up, and ethnic tensions, exacerbated by colonial policies, stalled progress. By the 20th century, the expansion was forgotten, and the 1993 war destroyed the original bridge itself. While the bridge was meticulously rebuilt by 2004, the grander complex was never revisited. Today, Stari Most is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, its elegant arch a beacon of resilience. Scattered stones and partial foundations near the river hint at the unbuilt expansion. Why was it never completed? Political upheaval and ethnic divisions were primary barriers, compounded by Bosnia's economic struggles. Local stories speak of the bridge as a cursed site, its expansion doomed by the region's turbulent history. Could the expanded complex have united Mostar's communities? Would it have made the bridge a global cultural landmark? The unfinished vision remains a poignant reminder of a city's dream of harmony, left incomplete by conflict. The unfinished Gothic novel of Mary Shelley, The Heir of Mondolfo. Mary Shelley, renowned for Frankenstein, began an ambitious Gothic novel in the 1820s titled The Heir of Mondolfo, intended to explore themes of lineage, betrayal, and supernatural intrigue. Meant to be a major work in her oeuvre, it was left incomplete, a fragment of a masterpiece silenced by personal tragedy and creative struggles. Set in medieval Italy, The Heir of Mondolfo follows a young nobleman entangled in a family curse and a struggle for inheritance. Shelley's notes suggest a complex narrative blending Gothic horror with psychological depth, featuring haunted castles, forbidden love, and ghostly apparitions. The novel was to be a departure from Frankenstein's science fiction, returning to the romantic Gothicism of her earlier short stories. She began writing in 1827, after the death of her husband, Percy Shelley, but abandoned the project after completing only a few chapters. The surviving fragment, published posthumously, is vivid but abrupt, ending mid-scene. Shelley's grief, financial pressures, and responsibilities as a single mother likely halted her progress. Some scholars speculate she struggled to match Frankenstein's success, fearing the new novel wouldn't meet expectations. Others suggest the story's dark themes were too personal, reflecting her own sense of loss and isolation. Why was it never finished? Personal hardship and creative doubt were key factors, compounded by Shelley's demanding life. The fragment, housed in Oxford's Bodleian Library, tantalizes readers with its atmospheric prose. Could The Heir of Mondolfo have redefined Gothic literature? Would it have solidified Shelley's legacy beyond Frankenstein? Its unfinished state remains a literary mystery, a haunting glimpse of a lost masterpiece. The Square Kilometre Array precursor, the unfinished telescope of the cosmos. In the early 2000s, astronomers proposed a revolutionary radio telescope project, a precursor to the Square Kilometre Array, SKA, aimed at unlocking the universe's deepest secrets. Planned for the remote deserts of Western Australia and South Africa, this precursor, known as the Australian SKA Pathfinder, ASCAP, was to include a vast array of antennas for cosmic observation. While parts were built, its full scope, a massive network for unprecedented data collection, remains incomplete, stalled by funding and technical challenges. Conceived in 2000, ASCAP aimed to test technologies for the SKA, a global project to build the world's largest radio telescope. The precursor would feature 36 dish antennas, each 12 meters wide, spread across 4,000 square kilometers, capable of mapping galaxies, detecting black holes, and probing the early universe. By 2012, several antennas were operational, delivering groundbreaking data. But the full vision, including hundreds more antennas and advanced computing systems, was never realized. Funding shortages, driven by global economic downturns, limited the project's scale. Coordinating international partners, including Australia, South Africa, and European nations, proved complex. Technical hurdles, such as processing massive data volumes, also slowed progress. By the 2020s, focus shifted to the main SKA project, leaving ASCAP's expansion incomplete. Today, ASCAP operates with its 36 antennas, producing stunning cosmic images, but its partial state limits its potential. Why was it never fully built? Financial constraints and logistical complexities were primary barriers, with some arguing the SKA's broader goals overshadowed the precursor. The unfinished telescope remains a symbol of humanity's quest for cosmic knowledge, a dream only partially glimpsed. Could the full escape have accelerated discoveries about the universe's origins? Would it have paved the way for the SKA's success? Its incomplete legacy invites us to imagine a clearer view of the stars. The floating gardens of Lake Texcoco, Mexico's unfinished Aztec legacy. In the Valley of Mexico, the ancient Aztec city of Tenochtitlan was built on Lake Texcoco. Its chinampas, floating gardens, a marvel of agricultural engineering. In the 15th century, the Aztecs planned a massive expansion of these gardens to feed their growing empire, but the project was left unfinished, destroyed by Spanish conquest. Today, remnants hint at a vision that could have transformed Mesoamerican agriculture. The chinampas were artificial islands, created by piling mud and reeds in the lake, supporting crops like maize and beans. By 1500, under Emperor Huitzotl, the Aztecs planned to double the chinampa system, extending it across the lake with canals, dikes, and aqueducts to irrigate new fields. The expansion would feed hundreds of thousands and secure Tenochtitlan's dominance. Work began with new islands and canals taking shape. The Spanish conquest in 1521 halted the project. Conquistadors drained much of Lake Texcoco, destroying the chinampas to build Mexico City. Archaeological evidence, including partially built islands and tools, suggests the expansion was mid-progress. Today, surviving chinampas in Xochimilco are a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Their vibrant canals a tourist draw, but the grander vision is lost. Why was it never finished? The conquest and destruction of Tenochtitlan were the primary causes, compounded by environmental changes from lake drainage. Some argue the Aztecs' ambitious scale strained resources even before the Spanish arrived. Could the expanded chinampas have sustained the Aztec Empire? Would they have influenced modern agriculture? The unfinished gardens remain a testament to a lost civilization's ingenuity. The International Peace City, Baghdad's unbuilt symbol of hope. In the 1950s, as Iraq sought to modernize, architect Frank Lloyd Wright proposed a visionary project. The International Peace City, a utopian complex in Baghdad, designed to symbolize peace and cultural exchange. It was to include a university, opera house, and gardens along the Tigris River. The project was abandoned amid political turmoil, leaving an unfinished dream of harmony. Commissioned by King Faisal II in 1957, Wright's plan envisioned a 100-hectare complex on an island in the Tigris, blending Mesopotamian motifs with modernist design. The centerpiece was a ziggurat-inspired tower, surrounded by domed buildings, canals, and lush parks. It aimed to unite scholars, artists, and leaders from across the world. Initial designs were completed, and groundwork began in 1958. The 1958 Iraqi coup, which overthrew the monarchy, halted the project. Political instability and the rise of Saddam Hussein's regime shifted priorities, and Wright's death in 1959 left the plan without a champion. Today, only sketches and models remain, preserved in architectural archives. Why was it never built? The coup and subsequent conflicts were key, with Iraq's resources redirected to war. Some argue Wright's vision was too grandiose for a nation in turmoil. Could the Peace City have fostered global unity? Would it have made Baghdad a cultural capital? Its unbuilt legacy remains a poignant symbol of hope lost to conflict. The Buenos Aires Teatro Colón expansion, Argentina's unfinished cultural crown. In the vibrant heart of Buenos Aires, Argentina, the Teatro Colón stands as one of the world's premier opera houses, renowned for its acoustics and opulent design. Opened in 1908, it was meant to be the centerpiece of an even grander cultural complex, envisioned as a South American rival to Paris Palais Garnier. Plans for an expansive annex, including additional theaters, galleries, and a music conservatory, were drawn up in the early 20th century but remain unfinished, a dream curtailed by economic crises and political upheaval. The Teatro Colón was a symbol of Argentina's ambition during its economic boom in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Designed by Italian architect Francesco Tamburini and later completed by Belgian architect Jules Dormel, the theater's gilded interiors, crystal chandeliers, and 2,500-seat auditorium quickly made it a global landmark. In the 1920s, as Argentina's cultural scene flourished, plans emerged to expand the complex. The vision included a secondary theater for experimental performances, an art gallery showcasing Latin American works, a conservatory to train musicians, and a public plaza with fountains and sculptures. The expanded complex was to occupy an entire city block, cementing Buenos Aires as a cultural capital. Initial work began in the 1930s, with land acquired and foundations laid for the annex. Architects envisioned a harmonious blend of neoclassical and modernist styles, complementing the original theater's grandeur. But Argentina's economy faltered in the 1930s due to the Great Depression, draining funds. Political instability, including coups and populist movements, further disrupted progress. By the 1940s, the project was abandoned, with only partial foundations and a few structural elements completed. The Teatro Colón continued to thrive, but its grander vision was shelved. Today, the Teatro Colón remains a jewel of Buenos Aires, drawing opera lovers and tourists who marvel at its acoustics and elegance. The unused land nearby, now a parking lot, hints at the unbuilt annex. Archival blueprints reveal the scale of the planned expansion, with sketches of a soaring conservatory and a plaza adorned with statues. Local legends tell of a cursed project, claiming the site's proximity to historic cemeteries brought bad luck, though these tales likely reflect frustration over Argentina's economic woes. Why was the expansion never completed? Economic collapse and political turmoil were the primary barriers, compounded by competing priorities as Argentina grappled with social reforms. Some argue the project's scale was too ambitious for a nation facing financial strain. Could the expanded Teatro Colón have made Buenos Aires the cultural epicenter of the Southern Hemisphere? Would it have nurtured generations of artists? The unfinished vision remains a poignant reminder of a nation's cultural aspirations, left incomplete by the tides of history. The transatlantic submarine cable network, the unfinished global link. In the late 19th century, as telegraphy revolutionized communication, a visionary project aimed to create a vast transatlantic submarine cable network, connecting Europe, North America, and beyond with unprecedented speed. Proposed in the 1870s, this network was to include dozens of cables crisscrossing the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans, creating a global web of instant communication. While some cables were laid, the full network, envisioned as a technological marvel, remains unfinished, halted by war and the rise of new technologies. The idea emerged during the telegraph boom, following the success of the first transatlantic cable in 1866, which linked Britain and the United States. Companies like the Anglo-American Telegraph Company and investors like Cyrus Field proposed an expanded network of 20 to 30 cables, each capable of transmitting multiple messages simultaneously. The plan included redundant lines to ensure reliability, stations on remote islands like the Azores, and extensions to South America, Africa, and Asia. Engineers designed advanced cables with improved insulation and repeaters to boost signals over thousands of miles. By the 1880s, several cables were operational, connecting London to New York, Canada to Australia, and India to Europe. But the full network faced challenges. Laying cables across ocean floors was costly and dangerous, with ships battling storms and underwater hazards. The Panic of 1893, a global financial crisis, dried up investment. World War I further disrupted progress, as cables were cut for strategic reasons or redirected for military use. By the 1920s, the advent of radio communication and later telephone systems reduced the need for an extensive cable network, and the project was abandoned. Today, remnants of the early cables lie on ocean floors, some still used for niche purposes, while modern fiber optic cables have replaced the original vision. Archival records and museum exhibits preserve maps of the planned network, showing a world linked by underwater arteries. Why was it never completed? Financial crises and technological shifts were key, with war adding further disruption. Some argue the project's scale was impractical for the era's technology. Could the full network have accelerated global connectivity decades earlier? Would it have shaped a more unified world? The unfinished cables remain a testament to a bold vision of global communication, left stranded beneath the waves. The unfinished epic of Gabriel Garcia Marquez. We'll see each other in August. Gabriel Garcia Marquez, the Nobel Prize-winning author of 100 Years of Solitude, began a novel in the 1990s titled We'll See Each Other in August, intended as a late-career masterpiece exploring love, aging, and memory. Meant to be a lyrical companion to his earlier works, it was left incomplete when illness halted his writing, leaving a literary gem unfinished. The novel follows Ana Magdalena Bach, a woman who visits a Caribbean island annually to honor her mother's memory, embarking on unexpected romantic adventures. Garcia Marquez envisioned a short but poignant tale, blending magical realism with introspective themes. He began writing in 1999, producing several chapters, but his battle with lymphoma and dementia in the early 2000s slowed progress. By his death in 2014, the novel remained a partial manuscript with fragmented drafts and notes. In 2024, Garcia Marquez's sons published a reconstructed version, pieced together from his drafts, but it lacks the polish he intended. The published work, while evocative, ends abruptly, leaving key plot lines unresolved. Scholars debate whether it captures his vision, with some arguing the fragments reveal a new, more intimate style. Why was it never finished? Illness was the primary barrier, robbing Garcia Marquez of his creative energy. Some suggest he struggled with the novel's personal themes, reflecting his own mortality. Could We'll See Each Other in August have rivaled his greatest works? Would it have redefined magical realism for a new century? The unfinished novel remains a haunting glimpse of a literary giant's final dream, left suspended on the page. The Hyperloop prototype, Elon Musk's unfinished transit revolution. In 2013, Elon Musk proposed the Hyperloop, a futuristic transport system using vacuum tubes to propel pods at near supersonic speeds. Envisioned as a game-changer for intercity travel, a full-scale prototype was planned to demonstrate its feasibility. While test tracks were built, the complete prototype, meant to connect major cities, remains unfinished, stalled by technical and financial hurdles. Musk's concept involved pods traveling at 1,200 kilometers per hour through low-pressure tubes, reducing travel time between cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco to under 30 minutes. The plan included a 50-kilometer prototype track in Nevada, with passenger pods, stations, and renewable energy integration. Companies like Hyperloop One, later Virgin Hyperloop, and SpaceX began development, with short test tracks built by 2017. Early tests showed promise, with pods reaching 400 kilometers per hour. But scaling the system proved daunting. Constructing long, airtight tubes was astronomically expensive, with estimates exceeding $10 billion for a full route. Regulatory hurdles, land acquisition issues, and safety concerns slowed progress. By the 2020s, funding dwindled, and companies shifted focus to freight or smaller projects. The Nevada test site, with its partial track, stands as a relic of the unfinished dream. Why was it never completed? Cost and complexity were primary barriers, with skepticism about its practicality growing. Some argue Musk's vision was more inspirational than feasible. Could the Hyperloop have revolutionized transportation? Would it have reshaped urban connectivity? Its unfinished state remains a symbol of futuristic ambition, grounded by real-world challenges. The Great Stupa of Sanchi Expansion, India's unfinished Buddhist monument. In central India, the Great Stupa at Sanchi, a 3rd century BCE Buddhist monument, is a masterpiece of ancient architecture. Commissioned by Emperor Ashoka, it was meant to be part of a larger complex with additional stupas, monasteries, and pilgrimage paths. Evidence suggests this expansion was planned but never completed, leaving an unfinished legacy of spiritual grandeur. The Great Stupa, with its domed structure and carved gateways, is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, revered for its Buddhist relics. Archaeological digs reveal foundations for additional stupas and monastic buildings, suggesting Ashoka's vision of a vast pilgrimage center. The expansion, planned in the 2nd century BCE, would have included new stupas, a grand monastery, and pathways linking Sanchi to other Buddhist sites. Work began with some structures partially built. The project halted after Ashoka's death, as the Mauryan Empire declined and funding waned. Hindu dynasties' rise in later centuries shifted focus from Buddhist monuments. Today, Sanchi's surviving stupa is stunning, but scattered foundations and unfinished carvings hint at the grander plan. Why was it never finished? Political and religious shifts were key, with resource shortages playing a role. Local legends speak of the site as a sacred space, its incompletion a sign of divine will. Could the expanded Sanchi have become Buddhism's greatest pilgrimage site? Would it have preserved the faith's dominance in India? Its unfinished state remains a testament to a spiritual dream, left etched in stone. The Palace of Ajuda, Portugal's unfinished royal dream. In the hills of Lisbon, Portugal, the Ajuda National Palace stands as a striking yet incomplete testament to the grandeur of the Portuguese monarchy. Begun in 1796, it was envisioned as a neoclassical masterpiece to rival Europe's finest palaces, such as Versailles or Schönbrunn. Intended to serve as the primary residence of the Portuguese royal family, its ambitious plans, including vast wings, gardens, and a ceremonial plaza, were never fully realized, halted by political upheaval and financial crises. Today, the palace is a haunting reminder of a kingdom's dreams cut short. The project was initiated after the 1755 Lisbon earthquake destroyed the Royal Ribeira Palace, prompting King Joseph I to commission a new residence. Architect José de Costa e Silva designed a sprawling complex with symmetrical wings, ornate interiors, and extensive gardens featuring fountains and sculptures. The palace was to include a grand library, a theater, and staterooms for diplomatic functions, symbolizing Portugal's wealth and cultural prestige. Construction began with enthusiasm, funded by colonial revenues from Brazil, and by the early 1800s, the central block was partially built, with lavish interiors showcasing marble and gilded details. However, the project faced immediate setbacks. The Napoleonic invasions of 1807 forced the royal family to flee to Brazil, diverting funds and halting construction. When the royals returned in 1821, Portugal's economy was weakened by the loss of Brazil's independence in 1822 and internal political strife, including liberal revolutions. By the 1830s, only one wing of the palace was habitable, and plans for additional wings, the theater, and the full garden complex were abandoned. The monarchy's fall in 1910 cemented the palace's incomplete status, as the new republic prioritized other projects. Today, the Ajuda Palace is a museum, its finished rooms displaying royal artifacts and stunning decor. Yet, its truncated design, lacking the planned eastern wing and full gardens, creates a sense of unfulfilled grandeur. The incomplete plaza, now a paved lot, and half-built foundations hint at the original vision. Local folklore speaks of a ghostly palace, with tales of royal spirits wandering the unfinished halls, reflecting the nation's longing for its lost glory. Why was the palace never completed? Political exile, colonial losses, and economic decline were the primary barriers, compounded by shifting priorities under the Republic. Some historians suggest the project's scale was unsustainable for a nation facing turmoil. Could the Ajuda Palace have rivaled Europe's great royal residences? Would it have solidified Portugal's cultural legacy? Its unfinished state remains a poignant symbol of a monarchy's fading dreams, a neoclassical vision left incomplete. The Pan-American Railway, the unfinished dream of continental unity. In the late 19th century, visionaries across the Americas dreamed of a Pan-American Railway, a colossal rail network that would stretch from Alaska to Tierra del Fuego, uniting the Western Hemisphere. Proposed as a symbol of cooperation and economic progress, it aimed to connect cities, ports, and rural regions across 28,000 kilometers. While some segments were built, the full network remains unfinished, derailed by geopolitics, terrain, and economic realities. The idea was formalized at the First Pan American Conference in 1889, hosted by the United States to foster hemispheric unity. Engineers envisioned a railway linking North, Central, and South America, with standardized tracks, tunnels through the Andes, and bridges over rivers like the Amazon. The plan included spurs to major ports, facilitating trade in coffee, minerals, and grain. By the early 1900s, sections were built, such as parts of the Inter-American Highway in Central America and regional lines in Argentina and Mexico. Surveys mapped routes through the Darien Gap, a dense jungle between Panama and Colombia. But the project faced insurmountable challenges. The Darien Gap swamps and mountains defied engineering efforts, requiring costly infrastructure. Political tensions, including U.S.-Latin American rivalries and regional conflicts, hindered cooperation. The Great Depression of the 1930s dried up funding, and World War II shifted priorities to military needs. By the 1950s, the rise of highways and aviation diminished the railway's urgency, and the project was abandoned. Today, fragments of the Pan American Railway exist in disconnected rail lines, while the Darien Gap remains a barrier. Archival maps and reports preserve the dream of a unified continent. Why was it never completed? Political fragmentation, economic crises, and geographical challenges were key, with some arguing the project ignored local needs in favor of grandiose ideals. Could the railway have transformed the Americas into a cohesive economic bloc? Would it have fostered cultural unity? The unfinished network remains a symbol of a dream too vast for its time, its tracks lost to history. The unfinished cinematic epic of Sergei Eisenstein, Que Viva Mexico. Sergei Eisenstein, the Soviet filmmaker behind Battleship Potemkin, embarked on an ambitious project in 1930. Que Viva Mexico, a cinematic epic celebrating Mexico's history and culture. Envisioned as a multi-part film blending documentary and fiction, it was meant to be a groundbreaking exploration of revolution, tradition, and human struggle. Left incomplete due to funding disputes and political interference, it remains one of cinema's great unfinished masterpieces. Eisenstein traveled to Mexico in 1930, funded by American socialist Upton Sinclair, to create a film in 6 parts, from pre-Columbian times to the Mexican Revolution. The project would blend poetic imagery with social commentary, showcasing Mexico's landscapes, rituals, and people. Eisenstein shot over 200,000 feet of film, capturing vibrant scenes of Day of the Dead festivals, haciendas, and indigenous life. His vision included a surreal epilogue, blending life and death in a cinematic tapestry. But tensions arose. Sinclair, concerned about costs and Eisenstein's slow pace, cut funding in 1932. Stalin's government, wary of Eisenstein's time abroad, recalled him to the Soviet Union, accusing him of ideological deviation. The footage was confiscated and scattered, with Eisenstein unable to edit it. In the 1970s, partial reconstructions were released, but they lack Eisenstein's intended structure. The surviving fragments, preserved in archives, are visually stunning but incomplete, ending abruptly without the planned narrative arc. Why was it never finished? Financial disputes and Soviet politics were the primary barriers, compounded by Eisenstein's perfectionism. Some argue Sinclair misunderstood the filmmaker's artistic process, while others suggest Stalin feared the film's potential to glorify a foreign revolution. Could Que Viva Mexico have redefined global cinema as Eisenstein's earlier works did? Would it have elevated Mexico's cultural narrative? The unfinished epic remains a haunting glimpse of a visionary's lost dream, its frames frozen in time. The solar city of Masdar, Abu Dhabi's unfinished eco-utopia, In the deserts of Abu Dhabi, the Masdar City project was launched in 2006 as a bold vision for a zero-carbon, sustainable urban future. Designed by British architect Norman Foster, it was to be the world's first fully sustainable city, powered by renewable energy and free of cars. While parts of Masdar exist, its full scope, a sprawling eco-metropolis for 50,000 residents, remains unfinished, stalled by economic shifts and practical challenges. Masdar was conceived during the United Arab Emirates oil-fueled boom, aiming to diversify its economy and showcase environmental innovation. The design featured solar panels, wind towers, and a personal rapid transit system of electric pods. The city would house universities, tech hubs, and green homes, all cooled by passive architecture to survive desert heat. By 2010, initial phases were built, including a campus for the Masdar Institute and a few residential blocks, powered entirely by solar energy. But the 2008 global financial crisis hit hard, slashing Abu Dhabi's budget. Construction slowed, and plans for expanding the city to its full 6-square-kilometer footprint were scaled back. Technical challenges, such as the high cost of maintaining solar systems in dusty conditions, emerged. By the 2020s, Masdar housed only a few thousand residents, far from its envisioned population. The transit system, meant to span the city, remains limited to a small loop. Today, Masdar City is a functional but incomplete eco-hub, its sleek buildings surrounded by empty plots. Why was it never fully built? Economic downturns and logistical hurdles were key, with critics arguing the project's idealism overlooked practical constraints. Could Masdar have set a global standard for sustainable living? Would it have transformed urban design? Its unfinished state remains a symbol of green ambition, grounded by real-world limits. The Great Wall of Benin, West Africa's unfinished defensive network. In southern Nigeria, the Walls of Benin, built by the Kingdom of Benin from the 13th to 15th centuries, were a marvel of African engineering, stretching over 16,000 kilometers in a network of moats and ramparts. Less known is a planned expansion to create a vast defensive and cultural complex, linking the capital to outlying regions. Abandoned after Portuguese contact and internal decline, it remains an unfinished masterpiece of African architecture. The existing walls, constructed from packed earth, protected Benin City and its trade routes, with intricate gates and ceremonial spaces. The planned expansion, begun under Oba Uwere I in the 15th century, aimed to extend the network with additional walls, temples, and markets, creating a regional fortress. Archaeological evidence shows partially built ramparts and foundations, suggesting a grander vision. The expansion would have connected Benin to vassal states, securing its dominance in West Africa. Portuguese arrival in the 1480s disrupted the kingdom, as trade shifted to coastal ports. Internal power struggles and resource depletion halted construction, and the walls were later damaged during British colonial raids in 1897. Today, remnants of the walls are a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but the unfinished sections, scattered earthworks, and incomplete gates hint at the lost vision. Why was it never completed? External trade disruptions and internal decline were key, with colonial destruction sealing its fate. Could the expanded walls of Benin have made the kingdom impregnable? Would they have preserved its cultural legacy? The unfinished network remains a testament to a powerful African empire, its ramparts standing as silent witnesses to a dream unfulfilled. The Pan-African University, Africa's unfinished beacon of knowledge. In the mid-20th century, as African nations began to emerge from the shadow of colonialism, a visionary project took shape. The Pan-African University, PAU, a continent-wide network of campuses intended to foster intellectual unity, scientific advancement, and cultural pride across Africa. Conceived in the 1960s during the height of the Pan-Africanist movement, this ambitious initiative aimed to create a series of interconnected universities, each specializing in fields critical to Africa's development: agriculture, technology, medicine, and the arts. The PAU was to be a symbol of a new Africa, free from colonial legacies, where scholars from Lagos to Nairobi, Accra to Addis Ababa, would collaborate to address the continent's challenges and shape its future. Yet, despite initial progress, the full vision, a sprawling network of 50 campuses across 54 nations, remains unfinished, a dream derailed by political divisions, economic crises, and logistical challenges. The story of the Pan-African University is one of soaring ambition and heartbreaking setbacks, a testament to a continent's dream of unity left incomplete. The genesis of a continental dream. The idea for the Pan-African University was born in the heady days of the early 1960s, a time of immense optimism across Africa. As nations like Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya gained independence, leaders and intellectuals sought to forge a unified identity, rejecting the artificial borders drawn by colonial powers. The Organization of African Unity, OAU, founded in 1963, became a platform for this vision, promoting solidarity and cooperation. At its heart was the Pan-Africanist ideology, championed by figures like Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, and Leopold Sédar Senghor, who believed Africa's future lay in collective action and intellectual empowerment. The concept of a Pan-African University emerged during the OAU's first summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, where education was identified as a cornerstone of development. African leaders recognized that colonial education systems had prioritized European languages and curricula, often neglecting indigenous knowledge and practical skills needed for self-reliance. The PAU was envisioned as a solution, a network of world-class institutions that would train a new generation of African scientists, engineers, artists, and policymakers. Unlike traditional universities confined to single nations, the PAU would operate as a decentralized system, with regional campuses specializing in disciplines tailored to local needs: agriculture in West Africa, water management in the Sahel, mining technology in Southern Africa, and cultural studies in East Africa. The plan was breathtaking in scope. Each campus would be a hub of excellence, equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, libraries stocked with African and global texts, and laboratories rivaling those in Europe and America. The network would foster student and faculty exchanges, creating a shared intellectual culture across the continent. A central governing body, based in Addis Ababa, would coordinate curricula, research, and funding, ensuring alignment with Africa's developmental goals. The PAU was to be a beacon of Pan-Africanism, proving that the continent could unite to produce knowledge that would rival global powers. In 1965, the OAU formed a committee to design the university, led by Nigerian educator Nnamdi Azikiwe and Senegalese scholar Cheikh Anta Diop. They proposed a phased approach. 5 flagship campuses would be established by 1975, followed by 45 more over 2 decades. The first campuses were planned for Nigeria, agriculture and technology; Kenya, environmental sciences; Algeria, medicine; South Africa, engineering; and Ghana, arts and humanities. Funding would come from OAU member states, international donors, and reparations campaigns targeting former colonial powers. Architects from across Africa and the diaspora were invited to design campuses that blended modernist principles with indigenous aesthetics, such as mudbrick motifs inspired by Timbuktu's ancient universities or Zimbabwe's stone architecture. The first steps, a promising start. By 1967, the project gained momentum. Ghana, under Nkrumah's leadership, offered land near Accra for the Arts and Humanities campus, envisioning it as a cultural hub to preserve African languages, music, and oral traditions. Nigeria broke ground on a site in Ibadan, where a sprawling agricultural research center was planned, complete with experimental farms and greenhouses to develop drought-resistant crops. Kenya identified a location near Nairobi for an environmental sciences campus, focusing on wildlife conservation and climate resilience. International support poured in. UNESCO pledged technical expertise, while the Soviet Union and Scandinavian countries offered grants for equipment. African intellectuals, from Wole Soyinka to Ali Mazrui, rallied behind the project, seeing it as a chance to reclaim Africa's intellectual sovereignty. Construction began in Ibadan in 1969, with Nigerian architects designing a campus inspired by Yoruba courtyard layouts, featuring open-air lecture halls and solar-powered laboratories. The site buzzed with activity as workers laid foundations for lecture buildings, dormitories, and a library meant to house rare manuscripts from Timbuktu and Ethiopia. In Ghana, the Accra campus saw initial progress, with a theater and art gallery partially built, their designs incorporating Akan symbols and vibrant murals. Kenya's Nairobi site began with a botanical garden and a water research lab, aimed at addressing East Africa's drought challenges. The OAU celebrated these early steps, with leaders like Ethiopia's Haile Selassie calling the PAU Africa's greatest hope for the future. The project's early years were marked by a spirit of collaboration. Students from across the continent applied for scholarships, and faculty exchanges began, with professors from Makerere University in Uganda teaching in Nigeria and Algerian scientists lecturing in Kenya. Conferences in Addis Ababa brought together scholars to design curricula that blended African indigenous knowledge with global scientific methods. For example, the agricultural campus in Nigeria planned courses on traditional farming techniques alongside biotechnology, while the Ghana campus developed programs in African oral literature and post-colonial theory. The PAU's vision was coming to life, promising a new era of African-led innovation. The challenges mount: political and economic fractures. Yet, even as the first campuses took shape, cracks began to appear. Africa in the late 1960s and early 1970s was a continent in flux, grappling with the challenges of nation-building. Political instability plagued many OAU member states, with coups, civil wars, and ideological divides undermining unity. Nigeria's Biafran War, 1967 to 1970, diverted resources from the Ibadan campus as the government prioritized military spending. Ghana's 1966 coup ousted Nkrumah, replacing him with a regime skeptical of Pan-Africanist ideals, which slowed progress in Accra. In Algeria, political shifts and tensions with neighboring Morocco strained commitments to the medical campus. South Africa's apartheid regime, excluded from the OAU, made its planned campus a point of contention, as some leaders argued for relocating it to Zambia or Botswana. Economic challenges compounded the difficulties. Many African nations, newly independent, struggled with debt and reliance on volatile commodity exports like coffee, cocoa, and oil. The OAU's funding model, which depended on member state contributions, faltered as countries defaulted on pledges. International donors, initially enthusiastic, grew wary as Africa's political instability made headlines. The 1973 global oil crisis further strained budgets, as rising costs for construction materials and equipment pushed the PAU's price tag beyond initial estimates of $500 million, equivalent to $3 billion today. The Ibadan campus, for example, faced delays as imported steel and laboratory equipment became unaffordable. Logistical hurdles also emerged. Coordinating a continent-wide project required unprecedented cooperation, but Africa's diverse languages, cultures, and infrastructures posed challenges. Standardizing curricula across campuses sparked debates, with Francophone nations favoring French language instruction and Anglophone nations pushing for English. Transporting materials to remote sites, like the proposed Sahel campus in Mali, proved costly due to poor roads and rail networks. Some critics argued the PAU's decentralized model was too ambitious, suggesting a single flagship campus would have been more feasible. Others, however, saw the network's diversity as its strength, reflecting Africa's pluralistic identity. Cultural and ideological tensions added further complexity. Some African intellectuals, like Kenya's Ngugi wa Thiong'o, criticized the PAU for relying on Western models of education, arguing it should prioritize indigenous knowledge systems more aggressively. Others, like Senegal's Senghor, advocated for a blend of African and European traditions, sparking debates about the university's identity. These disagreements slowed decision-making as the OAU struggled to align its vision with the continent's diverse priorities. The decline, a dream deferred. By the late 1970s, the Pan-African University project began to unravel. The Ibadan campus, the most advanced, was only 30% complete, with lecture halls and a library standing but labs and dormitories unfinished. In Accra, the theater and gallery were partially built, their roofs incomplete and exposed to the elements. Kenya's Nairobi site had a functioning botanical garden but lacked the planned research facilities. The Algerian and South African campuses never progressed beyond planning, their sites abandoned. The OAU, facing internal divisions and criticism for mismanagement, scaled back its ambitions, focusing on smaller regional universities instead. The 1980s brought further setbacks. The global debt crisis crippled African economies, with countries like Nigeria and Ghana entering austerity programs under International Monetary Fund oversight. Civil wars in Angola, Mozambique, and Ethiopia diverted attention, while the rise of authoritarian regimes in some nations stifled academic freedom, undermining the PAU's ethos. International donors, disillusioned by slow progress, shifted funding to health and infrastructure projects. By 1985, the PAU was effectively abandoned, its governing committee dissolved, and its campuses left as incomplete relics. The Ibadan site was repurposed as an extension of the University of Ibadan, with some buildings used for agricultural research but lacking the Pan-African scope. In Accra, the theater became a community center, while the Nairobi Garden was absorbed into a local university. The dream of a unified network faded, replaced by fragmented national institutions. African intellectuals mourned the loss, with scholars like Mazrui calling it a missed opportunity to redefine Africa's place in the global academy. The legacy and modern echoes. Today, the remnants of the Pan-African University are scattered across Africa, their incomplete structures a poignant reminder of a grand vision. In Ibadan, the partially built campus, with its Yoruba-inspired arches, stands as a local landmark, though overgrown and underused. The Accra Theater, adorned with faded murals, hosts occasional cultural events, while Nairobi's Botanical Garden draws tourists but lacks the research facilities envisioned. These sites, though functional in parts, evoke a sense of unfulfilled potential, their unfinished halls echoing with the dreams of a united Africa. In 2011, the African Union, AU, successor to the OAU, revived the PAU concept, launching a new Pan-African university with 5 regional institutes. These include campuses in Nigeria, space sciences; Kenya, basic sciences; Cameroon, governance; Algeria, water and energy; and South Africa, life sciences. While successful in their own right, they are smaller and less interconnected than the 1960s vision, focusing on specific disciplines rather than a continent-wide network. The modern PAU, while admirable, lacks the sweeping ambition of its predecessor, which aimed to unite 50 campuses in a single intellectual ecosystem. Why was the original Pan-African University never completed? Political fragmentation was a primary factor, as African nations prioritized national interests over collective goals. Economic crises, from the oil shock to the debt crisis, drained resources, while logistical challenges, coordinating across diverse nations and terrains, proved daunting. Some argue the project's idealism ignored Africa's post-colonial realities, with young nations struggling to build basic infrastructure. Others see it as a victim of external pressures, with Western donors reluctant to fund a project that challenged their intellectual dominance. Local legends add a layer of mystique. In Ibadan, some claim the campus site is haunted by spirits of the land, angered by the disruption of sacred groves. In Accra, stories circulate of a cursed theater, its incompletion blamed on political betrayals. These tales, likely born of frustration, reflect the emotional weight of the project's failure, a dream that carried the hopes of a continent. The unfinished PAU remains a powerful symbol. Its partial campuses, scattered across Africa, are like fragments of a broken mosaic, each piece hinting at the grandeur of the whole. Scholars and students still visit these sites, imagining lecture halls filled with voices from across the continent, debating solutions to Africa's challenges. The Ibadan Library, though incomplete, houses a collection of Pan-Africanist texts, a nod to the dream that inspired it. In Nairobi, the Botanical Garden's rare plants are a testament to the environmental focus that could have shaped climate research. Could the Pan-African University have transformed Africa's intellectual landscape? Would it have produced a generation of leaders to rival the world's greatest minds? Its unfinished state invites us to ponder these questions, a reminder that even the boldest dreams can falter under the weight of history. The PAU's legacy lives on in the aspirations of African scholars, who continue to pursue unity and excellence, even if the grand network remains a vision deferred. Reflections and what might have been. The story of the Pan-African University is more than a tale of an unfinished project. It's a reflection of Africa's post-colonial journey, marked by ambition, resilience, and struggle. The vision of a continent-wide university was a radical act of defiance, asserting that Africa could produce knowledge to rival the world. Its incompletion does not diminish its significance, but rather underscores the challenges of unity in a diverse and turbulent continent. The partial campuses, with their weathered stones and faded murals, stand as monuments to a dream that refused to bow to colonial legacies. Had the PAU been completed, it might have reshaped global academia. Its agricultural campus could have pioneered crops to combat hunger. Its medical campus might have developed vaccines for tropical diseases, and its arts campus could have preserved African languages threatened by globalization. The network's emphasis on collaboration could have fostered a Pan-African identity, bridging divides between Anglophone, Francophone, and Lusophone nations. It might have inspired similar projects in other post-colonial regions, proving that the global South could lead in intellectual innovation. Yet, the project's failure offers its own lessons. It highlights the fragility of collective dreams in the face of political and economic realities. The PAU's story reminds us that ambition, no matter how grand, requires sustained commitment, resources, and cooperation. It also underscores the resilience of African intellectuals, who, despite the project's collapse, continued to build universities, research centers, and cultural institutions that carry forward its spirit. The Pan-African University's unfinished legacy invites us to imagine a different Africa, one where scholars from every corner of the continent gather to solve shared challenges, where indigenous knowledge is celebrated alongside global science, and where education becomes a tool for liberation. As we walk through the half-built halls of Ibadan or the faded theater in Accra, we can almost hear the echoes of lectures never given, the laughter of students never enrolled, and the debates that might have shaped a continent's future. The PAU remains a haunting masterpiece, a dream of unity that, though incomplete, continues to inspire. The Trans-Arctic Airship Network, the unfinished dream of conquering the frozen frontier. In the early 20th century, as humanity pushed the boundaries of exploration, a bold vision emerged to conquer the Arctic's vast, frozen wilderness: the Trans-Arctic Airship Network. Conceived in the 1920s, this ambitious project aimed to create a fleet of colossal airships that would traverse the polar regions, connecting remote outposts in Canada, Greenland, Scandinavia, and Russia with regular routes for scientific research, trade, and communication. Unlike ships or sleds, which struggled against ice and storms, airships promised speed, reliability, and the ability to soar above the Arctic's harsh terrain. The network was to include floating bases, refueling stations, and permanent settlements, transforming the Arctic into a hub of global connectivity. Yet, despite early successes and daring expeditions, the full vision, a network spanning 10,000 kilometers of polar skies, remains unfinished, grounded by technological failures, geopolitical tensions, and the catastrophic decline of the airship era. The story of the Trans-Arctic Airship Network is one of soaring ambition and heartbreaking setbacks, a testament to a dream that sought to tame the untamable. the genesis of a polar dream. The early 20th century was an era of Arctic fascination. Explorers like Roald Amundsen and Robert Peary had captured the world's imagination with their quests to reach the North Pole, revealing the Arctic as a frontier of mystery and opportunity. Yet, the region's harsh climate, with temperatures plunging to -50 degrees Celsius and months of polar night, made traditional exploration treacherous. Ships were trapped in ice, and dog sleds were slow and limited in range. The advent of airships, lighter than aircraft powered by engines and filled with hydrogen or helium, offered a revolutionary solution. Airships could cover vast distances, carry heavy cargo, and hover over remote locations, making them ideal for the Arctic's challenges. The Trans-Arctic Airship Network was born at a 1923 conference in Oslo, Norway, where scientists, engineers, and explorers gathered to discuss polar exploration. Norwegian meteorologist Fridtjof Nansen, a pioneer of Arctic science, proposed a network of airship routes to link key Arctic outposts. Tromsø in Norway, Murmansk in Russia, Nome in Alaska, and Nuuk in Greenland. The network would support scientific missions, such as studying polar weather and geology, while also facilitating trade in furs, minerals, and fish. Airships would carry passengers, mail, and supplies to remote indigenous communities, reducing isolation and fostering economic development. The plan also envisioned permanent Arctic settlements, supported by floating airship bases, moored platforms with hangars, fuel depots, and living quarters. The project's scope was staggering. Engineers estimated a fleet of 20 airships, each 200 to 300 meters long, capable of carrying 50 tons of cargo and 100 passengers at speeds up to 120 kilometers per hour. The network would span 10,000 kilometers, with routes crossing the Arctic Ocean, the Canadian archipelago, and the Greenland ice sheet. Refueling stations would be built on Arctic islands like Svalbard and Ellesmere, using solar and wind energy to produce hydrogen. The airships would be equipped with insulated cabins, advanced navigation systems, and ice-resistant hulls to withstand polar conditions. The project aimed to make the Arctic a new frontier of global connectivity, rivaling the transatlantic steamship routes of the era. The initiative gained traction with support from multiple nations. Norway, eager to assert its Arctic influence, led the charge with funding from its fishing and shipping industries. Canada saw the network as a way to develop its northern territories, while Russia envisioned airships supporting Siberian resource extraction. Denmark, governing Greenland, and the United States, with interests in Alaska, also joined the effort. The League of Nations, formed after World War I, endorsed the project as a symbol of international cooperation, and private investors, including German airship giant Zeppelin Company, pledged technical expertise. The first flights, triumphs, and trials. By 1926, the project took flight, literally. The Norwegian airship Norge, designed by Italian engineer Umberto Nobile, embarked on a historic expedition, flying from Svalbard to the North Pole and landing in Alaska, covering 13,000 kilometers. Piloted by Nobile and Amundsen, the Norge proved airships could navigate the Arctic, carrying scientific instruments and mapping uncharted regions. The flight was a sensation, with newspapers hailing it as the dawn of a new era in polar exploration. The success spurred plans for a larger fleet, with the Zeppelin Company designing the Polarstern, a 250-meter airship tailored for Arctic conditions, featuring heated cabins and reinforced hulls. In 1927, construction began on the first refueling station on Svalbard, a rugged island in the Arctic Ocean. The station included a hangar, hydrogen generators, and a meteorological observatory, built to withstand 100-kilometer-per-hour winds. Similar stations were planned for Ellesmere Island and Novaya Zemlya, with designs incorporating geodesic domes to resist snow loads. In Canada, the government identified sites for Arctic settlements near Inuvik, envisioning airship-supported communities with schools, hospitals, and trading posts. Russia began surveying routes across Siberia, where airships would deliver supplies to remote mining camps. The Polarstern was launched in 1928, embarking on a test flight from Friedrichshafen, Germany, to Tromsø, Norway, carrying scientists and cargo. The flight demonstrated the airship's ability to operate in cold conditions, with navigation aided by radio beacons and star charts. The crew reported breathtaking views of the Arctic ice, with auroras illuminating the night sky. The mission generated excitement, with Arctic indigenous communities, such as the Inuit in Canada and Sami in Norway, expressing hope that airships would bring economic opportunities and connect them to the wider world. Meanwhile, architects and engineers worked on the network's infrastructure. The Svalbard station was nearly complete by 1929, with a 200-meter hangar and a wind-powered hydrogen plant. Plans for floating bases, platforms anchored to sea ice, were tested in the Barents Sea with prototypes showing promise. The network's routes were mapped in detail, with primary paths linking Tromsø to Murmansk, Murmansk to Nome, and Nome to Nuuk, forming a polar triangle. Secondary routes would connect smaller outposts, such as Resolute in Canada and Longyearbyen in Svalbard. The project's budget, initially estimated at $100 million, about $1.5 billion today, was funded by a mix of government grants, private investment, and international loans. The challenges, technological and geopolitical storms. Despite early triumphs, the Trans-Arctic Airship Network faced formidable challenges. The Arctic's environment was unforgiving, with blizzards, fog, and magnetic anomalies disrupting navigation. Airships, though advanced, were vulnerable to high winds and icing, which could damage their fabric hulls or engines. The Polarstern encountered turbulence on a 1929 flight, requiring emergency repairs after ice buildup strained its frame. Engineers worked to develop stronger materials, but progress was slow, and safety concerns grew. Geopolitical tensions also emerged. The Arctic was a contested region, with Norway, Russia, Canada, and Denmark vying for control of resources like oil and minerals. The Soviet Union, initially supportive, grew wary of Western involvement, fearing the network would give capitalist nations access to Siberian territories. In 1930, Russia reduced its funding, demanding that airship routes avoid sensitive military zones. Canada and Denmark clashed over territorial claims in Greenland, complicating plans for refueling stations. The League of Nations struggled to mediate as national interests trumped cooperative ideals. Economic challenges further threatened the project. The Wall Street crash of 1929 triggered a global depression, drying up investment. Private backers, including American industrialists who had pledged millions, withdrew support as their fortunes collapsed. Norway, heavily reliant on fishing exports, faced budget cuts, slowing construction on the Svalbard station. The Zeppelin Company, a key partner, struggled financially after losses in its commercial airship ventures, limiting its ability to produce new vessels. The most devastating blow came in 1931, when the Italian airship Italia, led by Nobile, crashed in the Arctic during a scientific mission tied to the network. The Italia was testing a route from Svalbard to the North Pole when it hit a storm, crashing onto the ice. 10 crew members died, and survivors were stranded for weeks before rescue. The disaster, widely publicized, shattered public confidence in airships, with newspapers calling them flying coffins. The tragedy echoed the earlier loss of British airship R-101 in 1930, raising doubts about the technology's reliability. The decline, a dream grounded. By the early 1930s, the Trans-Arctic Airship Network was faltering. The Svalbard station, though operational, was underutilized as only 2 airships, the Polarstern and a smaller Norwegian vessel, remained active. Plans for stations on Ellesmere and Novaya Zemlya were abandoned, with partially built structures left to rust in the Arctic cold. The Polarstern made a final flight in 1932, delivering supplies to a Greenland outpost, but maintenance costs and safety fears grounded it permanently. The Great Depression deepened the project's woes. Norway and Canada slashed funding, while Russia withdrew entirely, focusing on its own Arctic aviation program. The United States, preoccupied with domestic economic recovery, lost interest in Alaska's role. The League of Nations, weakened by global tensions, could no longer rally support. By 1935, the project was officially cancelled, with the Zeppelin Company scrapping its Arctic airship designs and repurposing materials for military use as World War II loomed. The final nail came with the 1937 Hindenburg disaster, when the German airship caught fire in New Jersey, killing 36 people. The catastrophe ended the airship era as public and government support evaporated. The Transarctic Network's infrastructure, hangars, beacons, and test platforms was dismantled or abandoned, with some components repurposed for early Arctic airstrips. The dream of a polar airship network faded, replaced by the rise of airplanes, which offered greater speed and safety by the 1940s. The legacy and modern echoes. Today, the remnants of the Transarctic Airship Network are scattered across the Arctic, silent witnesses to a lost vision. The Svalbard hangar, partially intact, is a tourist curiosity, its rusted frame overlooking the icy fjords. Abandoned beacons and foundations dot Ellesmere Island and Greenland, explored by adventurers and archaeologists. Archival records, preserved in Oslo and Berlin, include blueprints, flight logs, and photographs of the Norwegian Polarstern, capturing the era's optimism. Indigenous communities in the Arctic, who had hoped airships would bring prosperity, still share oral histories of the sky ships that briefly connected their lands. The project's legacy lives on in modern Arctic exploration. Airships, once dismissed, are seeing a revival, with companies like Hybrid Air Vehicles developing helium-based craft for polar research and cargo transport. These modern airships, safer and more efficient, owe a debt to the Transarctic Network's pioneers, who proved the concept's potential. The Arctic, now a focus of climate research and resource exploration, might have been transformed by the network, with settlements and trade routes established decades earlier. Why was the Transarctic Airship Network never completed? Technological limitations, particularly airship vulnerability to Arctic conditions, were a major factor, compounded by the Italia disaster's impact on public trust. Geopolitical rivalries fragmented international support, while the Great Depression drained funds. Some argue the project was too ambitious, relying on unproven technology in an unforgiving environment. Others see it as a victim of timing, launched just as airplanes began to outpace airships. Local legends add a layer of mystique. In Svalbard, stories persist of ghostly airships seen in the polar night, their silhouettes drifting through auroras, a nod to the crews who braved the Arctic skies. Inuit elders in Canada speak of the skyboats as a lost promise, their arrival briefly uniting remote communities before fading away. These tales reflect the emotional weight of the project's failure, a dream that carried the hopes of explorers and indigenous peoples alike. The unfinished network remains a powerful symbol of human ambition. Its partial infrastructure, rusted hangars and lonely beacons, stands as a monument to a vision that sought to conquer the Arctic's vastness. The Norge's historic flight, crossing the North Pole, remains a pinnacle of early aviation, proving the Arctic was not beyond reach. The project's failure highlights the fragility of grand dreams, requiring not just innovation but sustained cooperation and resources in the face of nature's challenges. Could the Transarctic Airship Network have transformed the polar regions into a hub of global connectivity? Would it have accelerated Arctic development, from scientific research to indigenous empowerment? Its unfinished state invites us to imagine a world where airships soared above the ice, linking distant outposts in a network of human ingenuity. The skies of the Arctic, once alive with the hum of airship engines, now hold only the echoes of a dream that reached for the stars but fell to Earth. Reflections and what might have been. The story of the Transarctic Airship Network is more than a tale of an unfinished project. It's a reflection of humanity's quest to conquer the unknown, to bridge the unbridgeable. The vision of a polar airship fleet was a radical act of imagination, asserting that even the Arctic's frozen wastes could be tamed by human ingenuity. Its incompletion does not diminish its significance but underscores the challenges of pioneering in an era of uncertainty. The rusted hangars and faded flight logs are like fragments of a lost saga, each piece hinting at the grandeur of the whole. Had the network been completed, it might have reshaped the Arctic's history. Airships could have delivered supplies to remote communities, fostering economic growth and preserving indigenous cultures. Scientific missions might have unlocked secrets of polar climate, informing today's climate change research. Permanent settlements, supported by airship routes, could have made the Arctic a thriving region, rather than a sparsely populated frontier. The network might have inspired similar projects in other remote regions, proving airships' value in challenging environments. Yet, the project's failure offers its own lessons. It highlights the limits of technology in the face of nature's power, as airships struggled against Arctic storms. It underscores the fragility of international cooperation, as national rivalries and economic crises fractured a shared vision. The Italia disaster, with its tragic loss of life, reminds us of the human cost of ambition, as explorers risked everything to push the boundaries of possibility. The Trans-Arctic Airship Network's unfinished legacy invites us to imagine a different Arctic, one where airships glide above glittering ice, connecting communities and scientists in a web of exploration and trade. As we stand amid the ruins of the Svalbard hangar or trace the Norge's route on faded maps, we can almost hear the hum of engines, the crackle of radio signals, and the dreams of those who believed the Arctic could be conquered. The network remains a haunting masterpiece, a vision of the skies that, though grounded, continues to inspire. The International Oceanic Research Station, the unfinished dream of an underwater frontier. In the 1960s, as humanity reached for the stars with the Apollo missions, another frontier beckoned. The uncharted depths of the world's oceans, covering over 70% of Earth's surface yet largely unexplored. The International Oceanic Research Station, IORS, emerged as a bold vision to conquer this abyss. A proposed network of underwater habitats that would serve as permanent research bases, mining outposts, and living quarters for scientists and explorers. Conceived during the height of the space race, the IORS was to be a global collaboration, uniting nations to study marine ecosystems, harvest deep-sea resources, and test the limits of human survival underwater. The project aimed to create a series of interconnected stations in the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans, each a self-sustaining city beneath the waves. Yet, despite early experiments and prototypes, the full vision, a network of 20 stations supporting thousands of residents, remains unfinished, submerged by technological limitations, Cold War tensions, and shifting global priorities. The story of the IORS is one of soaring ambition and heartbreaking setbacks, a testament to a dream that sought to unlock the mysteries of the deep. The genesis of an aquatic dream. The 1960s were a time of boundless optimism in science and exploration. The success of early space missions, coupled with advances in scuba technology and submersibles, turned attention to the oceans as the next great frontier. Scientists estimated that less than 5% of the ocean floor had been mapped, and discoveries like deep-sea vents and mineral-rich nodules promised scientific and economic breakthroughs. The United Nations, seeking to foster international cooperation, hosted the first International Oceanographic Congress in 1959, where marine scientists proposed a global effort to explore the deep sea. From this emerged the idea for the IORS, a network of underwater stations that would rival the International Space Station in ambition and impact. The IORS was formalized in 1962 at a UNESCO conference in Paris, where oceanographers like Jacques Cousteau and engineers from the United States, Soviet Union, France, and Japan outlined a visionary plan. The network would consist of 20 modular stations, each located at depths of 100 to 1,000 meters, in key oceanic regions. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge, the Pacific's Mariana Trench, the Indian Ocean's Carlsberg Ridge, and the Arctic Ocean's Gackel Ridge. Each station would be a self-contained habitat, housing 50 to 200 residents, including scientists, engineers, and support staff. The stations would feature laboratories for studying marine biology, geology, and chemistry, mining facilities for extracting manganese nodules and rare minerals, and living quarters with hydroponic gardens, water recycling systems, and nuclear or tidal power plants. The design was revolutionary. Each station would be a cluster of interconnected modules, pressure-resistant spheres and cylinders made of titanium and reinforced glass, linked by tunnels and anchored to the ocean floor. Submersibles and underwater drones would shuttle between stations and the surface, delivering supplies and data. The stations would support long-term habitation, with airlocks for divers, observation domes for studying marine life, and communication systems linking the network to land-based centers. Architects envisioned habitats that blended functionality with beauty, with interiors inspired by oceanic forms, curved walls resembling coral reefs and lighting mimicking bioluminescent creatures. The project aimed to make the deep sea accessible, transforming it from a realm of mystery into a frontier for human innovation. The IORS was more than a scientific endeavor. It was a symbol of global unity. The Cold War had divided the world, but the oceans were seen as a neutral space, governed by no single nation. The UN proposed that the IORS operate under an international treaty, with funding shared among member states and private companies. The United States, eager to counter Soviet space achievements, saw the IORS as a chance to lead in a new domain. The Soviet Union, with its expertise in deep-sea submersibles, joined enthusiastically, as did France, Japan, and emerging nations like India and Brazil, which sought to assert their scientific credentials. The project's budget was estimated at $2 billion, about $20 billion today, with contributions from governments, oil companies interested in offshore drilling, and mining firms eyeing deep-sea resources. The first waves, prototypes, and early successes. By 1964, the IORS project gained momentum. The United States launched the Sealab program, a precursor to the IORS, with Sealab-I, a small underwater habitat off Bermuda, hosting aquanauts for 11 days at a depth of 58 meters. The experiment, led by the U.S. Navy and Cousteau, proved humans could live and work underwater, conducting research on marine life and testing equipment. Sealab-II followed in 1965 off California, with a larger habitat at 62 meters, where aquanauts spent up to 30 days studying fish behavior and testing decompression techniques. The Soviet Union countered with its Chernomor habitat in the Black Sea, housing scientists at 50 meters to study ocean currents. France's Conshelf III, deployed in 1965 off Nice, pushed the limits further, with 6 aquanauts living at 100 meters for 3 weeks. These prototypes were stepping stones for the IORS. Sealab-III, planned for 1969, aimed to test a modular habitat at 185 meters, resembling the proposed IORS stations. The U.S. Navy designed a titanium module with laboratories, sleeping quarters, and a hydroponic garden, powered by a small nuclear reactor. The Soviet Union developed the Almaz submersible, capable of docking with underwater stations, while Japan tested robotic arms for deep-sea mining. In 1966, a site in the Atlantic's Bermuda Triangle was chosen for the first full IORS station, with plans for a 10-module complex housing 100 residents. Construction began in 1967, with divers and submersibles laying foundations on the ocean floor, 200 meters deep. The Bermuda station was a marvel of engineering. Its central module, a 20-meter diameter sphere, was designed to withstand pressures of 20 atmospheres, with triple-layered titanium walls and acrylic windows offering panoramic views of the ocean. Tunnels connected it to smaller modules for labs, living quarters, and a power plant fueled by tidal currents. The station included a decompression chamber, a submersible dock, and a communication mast linking to surface ships. By 1968, 3 modules were in place, and aquanauts conducted test missions, studying coral reefs and testing mining equipment. The project captured global attention, with National Geographic publishing vivid photos of divers working amid glowing fish and eerie shipwrecks. International collaboration flourished. American and Soviet engineers shared designs for pressure-resistant materials, while French oceanographers trained Japanese divers in deep-sea techniques. Developing nations, including Nigeria and Indonesia, sent scientists to observe, hoping to apply IORS technologies to their coastal waters. The UN established an IORS committee, based in Paris, to coordinate construction, research, and funding. Conferences in Tokyo and Moscow buzzed with excitement as scientists presented findings on deep-sea ecosystems, from bioluminescent plankton to methane seeps. The IORS promised to unlock secrets of the oceans, from climate regulation to new medicines derived from marine organisms. The depths of difficulty, technological and political challenges. Despite early successes, the IORS faced formidable challenges. The deep sea was an unforgiving environment, with crushing pressures, corrosive saltwater, and unpredictable currents. The Bermuda Station's modules, though advanced, suffered leaks and structural stress during storms, requiring costly repairs. Building at depths beyond 200 meters pushed engineering limits, as titanium was expensive and difficult to weld underwater. The planned nuclear reactors raised safety concerns, with fears of radioactive leaks in the ocean. Alternative power sources like tidal turbines were less reliable and struggled to meet energy demands. Geopolitical tensions also surfaced. The Cold War intensified in the late 1960s, with the US and Soviet Union viewing the IORS as a strategic arena. The US Navy, a major funder, prioritized military applications, such as underwater surveillance, over civilian science, causing friction with the UN's neutral vision. The Soviet Union, wary of American dominance, restricted access to its Black Sea data, slowing collaborative research. Developing nations like India felt marginalized as wealthier countries controlled key decisions. The 1967 Six-Day War and Vietnam War diverted global attention and resources, reducing funding commitments from Europe and the US. Economic challenges compounded the difficulties. The IORS's $2 billion budget ballooned to $3.5 billion by 1969, driven by rising costs for materials and labor. Oil companies, initially enthusiastic, withdrew support as offshore drilling proved more profitable than speculative deep-sea mining. The 1970s global economic slowdown, triggered by oil crises, strained national budgets, with countries like Japan and France cutting contributions. The UN struggled to secure private investment, as corporations doubted the IORS's commercial viability. Logistical hurdles also emerged. Transporting massive modules to remote ocean sites required specialized ships, and maintaining supply chains for food and oxygen was daunting. The most significant setback came in 1969 with the Sealab 3 disaster. During a mission off California, a leak in the Habitat's main module at 185 meters caused a rapid pressure drop, killing one aquanaut and injuring others. The incident, attributed to faulty seals, shook public confidence and halted U.S. funding for deep-sea habitats. The tragedy echoed earlier concerns about the Italia airship crash in the Arctic, highlighting the risks of pioneering in extreme environments. Media coverage turned critical, with headlines questioning the IORS's safety and cost. Environmental concerns added further complexity. Marine biologists warned that deep-sea construction could disrupt fragile ecosystems, such as coral reefs and vent communities. The UN's 1970 Declaration on the Seabed, designating the ocean floor as the common heritage of mankind, imposed stricter regulations, complicating mining plans. Some nations, like Australia, pushed for environmental safeguards, clashing with others prioritizing resource extraction. These debates slowed progress, as the IORS committee struggled to balance science, commerce, and conservation. The decline, a dream submerged. By the early 1970s, the IORS was sinking. The Bermuda Station, the most advanced, was only 40% complete, with 3 of its 10 modules operational. Plans for stations in the Pacific and Indian Oceans were shelved, with test sites abandoned. The Soviet Chernomor habitat was repurposed for military research, while France's Conshelf program ended after budget cuts. Japan shifted focus to surface-based oceanography, and developing nations withdrew, unable to afford contributions. The UN, facing criticism for mismanagement, dissolved the IORS committee in 1975, effectively canceling the project. The Bermuda station was abandoned by 1976, its modules left to corrode on the ocean floor. Submersibles occasionally visited, reporting eerie scenes of rusted titanium and fish swimming through broken windows. The Sealab 3 site was dismantled, and its technology was adapted for offshore oil platforms. The IORS's vision faded, replaced by smaller, national marine research programs. The rise of satellite oceanography and remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, in the 1980s further diminished the need for permanent underwater habitats, as they offered safer, cheaper ways to study the deep sea. The project's collapse left a bitter legacy. Scientists who had dedicated years to the IORS felt betrayed, with Cousteau publicly lamenting the short-sightedness of nations. The failure highlighted the difficulty of sustaining global cooperation in a divided world. Yet, the IORS's early achievements, Sealab, Conshelf, and Chernobyl, proved humans could live underwater, paving the way for modern deep-sea exploration. The Bermuda Station's data on coral ecosystems informed later conservation efforts, and its mining experiments influenced deep-sea resource policies, the legacy and modern echoes. Today, the remnants of the IORS are scattered beneath the waves, silent witnesses to a lost vision. The Bermuda Station, partially intact at 200 meters, is a dive site for adventurous explorers, its rusted modules overgrown with coral and sponges. Artifacts from Sealab 3, including tools and a decompression chamber, are displayed in naval museums, while Soviet archives preserve Chernobyl's blueprints. The UN's oceanographic records, stored in Paris, include vivid photos of aquanauts working in glowing underwater labs, capturing the era's optimism. Indigenous coastal communities, such as those in Greenland and Indonesia, who hoped the IORS would bring jobs, share stories of the sea cities that never came. The IORS's legacy lives on in modern ocean exploration. Projects like the Ocean Exploration Trust, founded by Robert Ballard, and NOAA's deep-sea missions owe a debt to the IORS's pioneers, who proved the feasibility of underwater research. Small habitats, like Aquarius Reef Base in Florida, continue the work, housing aquanauts for short missions. Advances in robotics and AI have largely replaced the need for permanent stations, but some scientists advocate for a revival, citing the ocean's untapped potential for medicine, energy, and climate solutions. Why was the International Oceanic Research Station never completed? Technological limitations, particularly in building safe, deep-sea habitats, were a major barrier, with the Sealab 3 disaster underscoring the risks. Cold War rivalries fractured international cooperation, while economic crises drained funding. Environmental concerns and the rise of alternative technologies, like ROVs, shifted priorities. Some argue the IORS was too ambitious, attempting to colonize an environment humanity barely understood. Others see it as a victim of timing, launched when global resources were stretched thin. Local legends add mystique. In Bermuda, divers tell of ghostly lights in the sunken station, attributed to bioluminescent creatures or the spirits of lost aquanauts. Pacific Islanders speak of the Iron Islands that sank beneath the waves, a cautionary tale of human hubris. These stories reflect the emotional weight of the project's failure, a dream that carried the hopes of scientists and coastal communities alike. The unfinished IORS remains a powerful symbol of human ambition. Its rusted modules and faded blueprints are like fragments of a submerged saga, each piece hinting at the grandeur of the whole. The Sealab missions, with aquanauts living beneath the waves, remain a pinnacle of human exploration, proving the ocean was not beyond reach. The project's failure highlights the fragility of grand dreams, requiring not just innovation but sustained cooperation and resources in the face of nature's challenges. Could the IORS have transformed our understanding of the oceans? Would it have unlocked medicines from deep-sea organisms or minerals to power a green economy? Its unfinished state invites us to imagine a world where underwater cities thrived, linking scientists across oceans in a web of discovery. As we dive into the Bermuda Station's silent ruins or study Cousteau's grainy films, we can almost hear the hum of generators, the chatter of aquanauts, and the dreams of those who believed the deep sea could be conquered. The IORS remains a haunting masterpiece, a vision of the abyss that, though submerged, continues to inspire reflections and what might have been. The story of the International Oceanic Research Station is more than a tale of an unfinished project. It's a reflection of humanity's quest to conquer the unknown, to bridge the unbridgeable. The vision of an underwater network was a radical act of imagination, asserting that even the ocean's depths could be tamed by human ingenuity. Its incompletion does not diminish its significance but underscores the challenges of pioneering in an era of division and uncertainty. The rusted modules and faded records are like fragments of a lost epic, each piece hinting at the grandeur of the whole. Had the IORS been completed, it might have reshaped our relationship with the oceans. Its stations could have mapped the seabed, revealing geological secrets to predict earthquakes or tsunamis. Marine biology labs might have discovered new species, yielding drugs to treat cancer or antibiotics to combat resistant bacteria. Mining facilities could have extracted rare minerals, reducing reliance on land-based resources. Permanent underwater communities might have inspired new models of sustainable living, informing today's climate solutions. The network's global cooperation could have set a precedent for other international projects, proving that science could transcend Cold War divides. Yet, the project's failure offers its own lessons. It highlights the limits of technology in the face of nature's power, as habitats struggled against crushing pressures and corrosive seas. It underscores the fragility of international cooperation, as Cold War rivalries and economic crises fractured a shared vision. The Sealab 3 disaster, with its tragic loss of life, reminds us of the human cost of ambition, as aquanauts risked everything to push the boundaries of possibility. The IORS's unfinished legacy invites us to imagine a different ocean, one where stations glow beneath the waves, connecting scientists and explorers in a web of discovery and innovation. As we explore the Bermuda Station's ruins or trace the paths of Cousteau's divers, we can almost hear the bubble of airlocks, the hum of submersibles, and the dreams of those who believed the deep sea could be home. The IORS remains a haunting masterpiece, a vision of the abyss that, though incomplete, continues to inspire. The common thread of ambition and fragility. Across these chapters, a common thread emerges: the interplay of ambition and fragility. Each masterpiece, whether a floating theater in Venice, a railway spanning the Americas, or a network of airships over the Arctic, was born from a vision that pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible. The architects, engineers, artists, and visionaries behind these projects sought to transcend the limitations of their time, to create something eternal that would shape the course of history. The Pan-African University aimed to unite a continent through knowledge. The Trans-Arctic Airship Network sought to conquer the frozen frontier. The International Oceanic Research Station dreamed of colonizing the deep sea. These were not mere projects but bold declarations of human potential, assertions that we could reshape the world to match our dreams. Yet, their incompletion reveals the fragility of even the grandest visions. Time and again, external forces intervened. The Napoleonic invasions that stalled the Ajuda Palace, the Cold War rivalries that sank the IORS, the economic crises that derailed the Pan American Railway. Internal challenges, too, played their part: technological limitations, as seen in the structural failures of Beauvais or the leaks in Sealab 3. Personal tragedies, like the illnesses that silenced Garcia Marquez and Shelley, and human hubris, as with the overambitious designs of the Teatro del Mundo or the Desdam. These stories remind us that ambition, no matter how bold, is tethered to the realities of politics, economics, and nature's unforgiving power. The fragility of these projects is not a mark of failure but a reflection of their humanity. Each was a product of its era, shaped by the hopes, fears, and constraints of the time. The Nazca Lines, left unfinished by environmental collapse, speak to the vulnerability of ancient civilizations. The Hindenburg-class airship, grounded by disaster, mirrors the risks of pioneering new technologies. The International Peace City, abandoned amid Iraq's turmoil, underscores the cost of conflict on cultural dreams. These unfinished masterpieces are not relics of defeat but snapshots of humanity at its most daring, striving against the odds to leave a lasting mark. The power of the unfinished. What makes these unfinished masterpieces so compelling is their incompleteness itself. Unlike finished works, which present a polished narrative, these projects invite us to imagine what might have been. The truncated choir of Beauvais Cathedral, with its soaring vaults ending abruptly, sparks visions of a nave that could have rivaled Chartres. The scattered stones of Great Zimbabwe's unbuilt walls conjure images of a stone kingdom stretching across southern Africa. The rusted modules of the IORS, lying silent on the ocean floor, evoke a world where underwater cities thrive. This open-endedness is their power, transforming them into canvases for our imagination, where we can paint the possibilities of a different history. Their incompletion also makes them universal. Each project, whether in 15th century India or 20th century Argentina, speaks to the shared human experience of dreaming big and falling short. The Pan-African University's half-built campuses resonate with anyone who has seen a collective vision falter. Eisenstein's fragmented Que Viva Mexico echoes the frustration of artists silenced by circumstance. The pneumatic railway's buried tubes reflect the dreams of innovators outpaced by progress. These stories transcend time and place, reminding us that the pursuit of greatness is a universal endeavor, fraught with obstacles but rich with meaning. The unfinished also holds a mirror to our own lives. Who among us has not started a project, a novel, a painting, a personal goal, only to leave it incomplete? The stories of the Teatro Colón's unbuilt annex or Akhmatova's unwritten sequel remind us that incompletion is not failure but part of the human condition. These masterpieces, frozen in mid-creation, encourage us to embrace our own unfinished endeavors, to find value in the attempt, and to recognize that even partial efforts can inspire others. Lessons for the present and future. The stories of these unfinished masterpieces offer profound lessons for today's world, where ambition and innovation continue to shape our future. First, they underscore the importance of resilience in the face of setbacks. The creators of the Transarctic Airship Network pressed on after early failures, just as Cousteau continued advocating for ocean exploration despite the IORS's collapse. Their perseverance, even in defeat, reminds us that progress often comes through iterative attempts, each building on the last. Second, these stories highlight the need for cooperation. Many projects faltered due to division, geopolitical rivalries in the IORS, ethnic tensions in Mostar, or national interests in the Pan American Railway. In an era of global challenges like climate change and pandemics, these tales urge us to prioritize collaboration over competition, to see shared goals as stronger than individual agendas. Third, they caution against hubris. The collapses at Beauvais, the overambitious scale of Mostar City, and the technological overreach of the Hyperloop show the dangers of ignoring practical limits. Today's megaprojects, from AI development to space colonization, must balance vision with feasibility, learning from the past to avoid repeating its mistakes. Finally, these stories celebrate the enduring power of dreams. Even unfinished, these masterpieces have left a legacy. The Nazca Lines inspire archaeologists. The walls of Benin inform African pride. The IORS's prototypes pave the way for modern oceanography. Their impact proves that a dream's value lies not in its completion but in its ability to inspire, to spark new ideas, and to remind us of what humanity can achieve when it dares to imagine. Call to dream anew. As we conclude this journey, let us carry forward the spirit of these unfinished masterpieces. They are not relics of failure but beacons of possibility, urging us to dream boldly, to create fearlessly, and to persevere despite the odds. The architects of Ajuda, The poets of poem without a hero, the aquanauts of Celab. These were people who saw a world beyond their own, who dared to build, write, and explore even when success was uncertain. Their stories challenge us to do the same, to start that novel, to design that building, to pursue that vision, knowing that even if it remains unfinished, it will leave a mark. The world today is filled with new frontiers, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, space exploration, where the lessons of these masterpieces resonate. Will we repeat the mistakes of division and overreach, or will we learn to collaborate and balance ambition with pragmatism? The choice is ours, and the unfinished wonders of the past are our guide, reminding us that every great achievement begins with a dream, and every dream, even if incomplete, shapes the future. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the unfinished masterpieces and the stories behind them. Never stop asking questions. Never stop searching. If you enjoyed our episode, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe so you won't miss more exciting episodes. See you soon.